Aloha kakayaka. Welcome, board members, to our June board meeting of the Hawaii Tourism Authority. Thank you for joining us today, those of you that are present in the room, as well as those of you that are joining us on Zoom, including some of our board members. I'd like to proceed now with a roll call.
Chair Hanneman.
Present.
Mahalo. Vice Chair Paishan.
Present, and no one with me in the room.
Mahalo nui. Member Agas.
Present, and no one in the room with me.
Mahalo nui. Member Arakawa.
Present.
Mahalo. Member Ching.
Present.
Mahalo. Member Iona.
Present.
Mahalo. Member McCully.
Aloha.
Mahalo. Member Menor McNamara.
Present.
Mahalo. Member Miyasato.
Present.
Mahalo. Member Tokioka.
Present.
Mahalo. Member White is excused and Member Zane is excused. Chair, you have quorum.
Mahalo. We now proceed to our opening protocol. Maka?
There are two brothers, two akua that we're familiar with, Kane and Kanaloa. Kane being overseer of fresh water and atmospheric water. Some of his kinolau or body forms include pohe, bamboo, streams, rivers, flowing water that you can see, and tall ohia trees that pull that water down from the atmosphere. His brother, counterpart, Kanaloa, deep water, water underground, wells, and dark water. These two balance each other. These two also have arguments and hakaka with each other, but such is life. Just recently, about a week ago, we celebrated Kealakolohiva Akane, the time where Hawaii and Northern Hemisphere enjoyed the longest day and the start of summer. I was encouraged also to share about other cultures. And so for me, as a Filipino, there's a celebration that calls upon tatarin, and it's a celebration of fertility, a few days, and then ends on St. John's Day. And that is an opportunity for Filipinos to celebrate the solstice as well. And recently we hosted FestPac. Many cultures of the South Pacific and in the South, in Aotearoa, they're prepping for winter. So we had our summer solstice and they had their winter solstice. With that being said, halawai maikai, mahalo for this change in seasons as we know it. Aloha.
Mahalo. As always, Maka. Any board members have anything to report on an informational meeting or presentation not organized by the board that they were present at? Like to report at this time? Seeing none, we now move to approval of meeting minutes of our May 30, 2024 regular board meeting. May I have a motion to adopt?
I shall move.
Moved by Member McCully. Second?
Second, I'll second.
Second by Member Arakawa. All those in favor say aye.
Discussion.
Oh, discussion. I'm sorry. The discussion.
Okay, so I have one revision. It's on page 13. And this was regarding the motion to establish a selection process for the next HTA president and CEO. And I made the second and I explained the fact that we need to try and clean up the issues that were raised in the governance deliverables. And I voted with reservations. And so just to make that note, with reservations, it was unanimous. I voted aye. But I wanted it to record that I voted with reservations for the reasons stated earlier. Thank you.
Okay, duly noted. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion is carried. Pause there. Okay. Members, we now move to me, a very important part of our agenda today, and that is to recognize two of our departing board members. Members, we all know the time it takes to serve on this board. This is not a paid position. I want to underscore that. Some people think we get paid for doing this yeoman work, that we all sacrifice time and effort to be here. And therefore, I want to recognize Sherry and Norm McNamara and Dylan Ching for their years of service. Sherry, no one knows business issues better than you do. As a leader of the chamber, you brought that mana'o into the deliberations we've had here. Your knowledge of how things get passed at the legislature or get defeated has also been very much appreciated. And you've been also very supportive of workforce development issues. I know that's just a small bit of what you've done here. And of course, your crowning achievement, as far as I'm concerned, is our involvement with you on Hawaii on the Hill. You had another successful Hawaii on the Hill event this past week. Unfortunately, we couldn't participate as much as we wanted to because of our responsibility and commitment to FESPAC, but we understand it went very well. So our commitment is there to help you with that very important initiative because it does resonate very well in Washington, D.C., with our congressional lawmakers, Senator Hirono in particular, and of course, Senate President Kochi has been very supportive of this effort here. So we thank you for that and then some. In terms of Dylan Ching, what more can we say about you, my man? Every time we have asked him, and sometimes when we don't ask him, he's always out there volunteering, giving the resources and food that the TS restaurants bring throughout the state of Hawaii. Dylan, also you've served here as the marketing committee. You've also been very prominent and supportive of how we have managed to now codify destination stewardship of what we do. And that's your overall knowledge about Hawaii. And I know that when the Maui wildfires hit, you were very sensitive to that because you are from there and you were very helpful in our deliberations and discussions to develop a strategy to respond to Maui. So we will miss both of you. And I'd like to say on behalf of the board that we're not going to let you stray too far. There are many other things that we're going to do, many other committees that may be involved. You know that you're back in the private sector, that we like to have interaction with the private industry, and certainly your knowledge and your commitment to HTA certainly will be with you wherever you go. So once an HTA board member, always involved with HTA as far as I'm concerned. So I'd like to give all the members an opportunity to say something. I'm sure they want to begin first with Daniel, and then cannot let you folks go away. You got two choices at the end. You either say something or you sing. So let's begin first with Daniel.
Mahalo, Chair. From the staff, I really want to thank both of you. The staff greatly appreciates these two board members for being so supportive, giving us great ideas and suggestions and projects to work on, ideas and programs during our committee meetings. And then as we presented, you supported us by giving us additional feedback, but also we could contact you to work with your own organizations and your own networks to help us to carry forward a lot of the programs and projects over these past 8 years. I've only known you for a short time here in this capacity, but you're both greatly well-known, acknowledged for the work that you're doing in the community and in the industry, in our Hawaii industry partners as well. And so I'd like to, Ilihia, from the staff, we've had just a few lays to just acknowledge that you've been so great to us and that we will continue to work with you. You know, being a board member only starts your relationship with us. And once you go off the board, definitely we will tap into you all the time to ask support in all the other projects and work that we do going forward. So, mahalo.
you, Dylan. Members?
Well, I'm going to say something. And it's not, and of course, the Tourism Authority, gratitude, all that you served voluntarily and did. But I want to especially address COVID time, Sherry, and the ideas you came up with, the support you provided that allowed, I'm going to just say the agricultural people to step forward to the restaurant issues that the card you did and all of that. But then it also helped us as businesses on Kauai to provide the support for the food bank and everything else that they needed. And for me, all the other things that you do, but for that, how you engaged business and how we could help the community together. And that to me was heartfelt. And Dylan Ching, what can I say about you and what you do for kids in sports and your team on Kauai, Derek, and even when we had the food bank initiation of what we were going to do for the charity walk and all of that, we were able to partner with the food bank, and your people at Keoki's were just amazing. And of course, we're going to issue out the checks at Keoki's. So, I know what you've done for us, and I know Jimmy was aware of the University of Hawaii coming and playing and helping 200 children get to have that experience. And then you actually started the beach volleyball for the children. And you have made companies like ours very supportive of what you do because you're all about taking care of the kids and the community. And I know that Jimmy and Senator Kochi feel the same way about you and what you've done, as well as you, Sherry, with getting him to be the honorary chair of Hawaii on the Hill for so many years. But thank you both, especially for what you do for the community. And I can speak for Kauai and what you've done. And I thank you both from the bottom of our heart.
So before I start, I wanted to pick up on Chair's commentary about going back to the private sector. It'll relate in a second. I thought this was the private sector, but I learned after several months that it's not. So just want to be clear here. Which leads me to say, both of you, Sherry, I've worked with you on, your board for the chamber for some years. We've become personal friends, and I cherish that very, very much. And Dylan, I didn't know you prior to this journey, and I'm so impressed with your commitment and your dedication and focus, and always doing the right thing. I mean, that's really something both of you have helped me with in terms of this journey. I came on to the board less than 9 months ago. A week or 10 days later, I'm the chair. 7, 8 days later, there's a fire. 3 months later, my company, my 94-year-old company is being acquired. Just a lot going on, but you two in particular, I just want to underscore how helpful you were to me. I tend to divide things by good intentions. You guys have clear, good intentions for the institution that is the Hawaii Tourism Authority. And you helped me so much. I don't know if you guys noticed, but during a lot of these board meetings, I'd look over at you, Dylan, Sherry, just to get assurance that I'm going down the right path, right? And at the time, it was just to verify what this institution represented, what our kuleana was. And you guys, in deed and action, not passive aggressively, but with focus and with real aloha for this institution, helped me feel like I was heading in the right direction. I wish I had a few more months under my belt before I became the chair, but with people like you, both of you, it worked out. It worked out the way it needed to work out. So I hope this is not goodbye. I hope this is just a hui ho, but hopefully, even notwithstanding Sunshine Law, I'd be happy to host something, for you guys to say goodbye properly. But be that as it may, I will always appreciate your support, tangibly in word and in deed. Mahalo.
I think Blaine just invited you guys to Vegas. Is that what happened? Okay. So boards like this, you know, you have workhorses and show horses, and we go for hours sometimes listening to presentations, and we sit mute, you know, and then we get into it, and it can get yeasty, especially in executive. And I'd like to state my appreciation for the qualities that you two exemplify, which is a combination of humble and self-confident, which is critical if you're going to lead, and you lead by example. So you'll be missed. Thanks. Mahalo plenty.
Anyone else?
Okay. Sherry, you know, Sherry was my original seatmate, right? When we served together, we got elected, we overlapped, but she was original seatmate, and she was a super active member of the branding committee, and she asked in the branding committee really, really hard questions. And Sherry, your inquiries in the branding committee and the kind of how you got to the information, how you asked for the information, that set a tone and sort of the HTA policy on looking into things, delving into things. And to this day, I think the branding committee owes you a lot of thanks for starting those types of tough inquiries. She asked the tough questions, right? She comes from the business sector. So worked with you before. We worked together on HDA, and we worked during HDA, and look forward to working with you in the future. So keep doing what you're doing. Thank you very much, Sherry. All right. Hey, Dylan, I met Dylan because he was a student of my cousin at Kamehameha Schools. He says, hey, take care of Dylan Boy. Dylan Boy is taking care of us. So, so Dylan, during COVID, during all of our troubled times, you stepped up and provided us with valuable on-the-ground input on what was happening in the industry, what was happening to businesses, what was happening to the employees. And your support for your employees statewide, you brought that concern to this board and to the public, and you made us feel it and do something about it. So we thank you so much for that type of caring. You also looked forward, and you hosted a bunch of Japanese leaders, if you remember, tourism leaders and the like, and showed them the hospitality of his restaurants. And you know, they got to learn a lot about the aloha spirit through Dylan. So thank you very much for that, reaching out to our Japanese community and our Japanese tourism community leaders. And lastly, we served together on this. Well, anyway, we were interviewed together on workforce development. And this man is a genius with respect to workforce development. He lives it every day. So hopefully you can keep on helping us with that. The insights you provided were so helpful to that study that was done. And I'm sure in the future, HDA is going to use what you said and your themes, your policies, and everything you taught us about workforce development in the future. So thank you very much, Dylan, for your service.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. You know, everything everybody said is words that I thought of, and it's particularly what Member Makali said about confidently humble. That is, you know, clearly both of you. So thank you for all that you've done. You know, Sherry, I've known you for a very long time. I want to echo what Member Iona said about the restaurant card, because that single program helped a lot of people, as Dylan would know, Member Ching would know. You know, when I would go into Kauai during COVID and I went into the restaurants, people would say, Jimmy, I don't know whose idea this was. I don't know if it was the legislature, the governor, who, but it was brilliant because it brought people into the restaurants that would have never gone in. And you know, what you did especially helped you know, Dylan's company and all of the restaurants. And you met with me in the beginning of that, and then you and Kurt Ozaki, we're going to give him credit too, and then you guys connected with the lieutenant governor. And I appreciate, you know, your outreach to me and the collaboration of events that we're going to be doing in the future with DBED and the chamber. According to you, that's the first time that we're collaborating with our department and your office. So I'm looking forward to that continued work. For Dylan, I just met Dylan when I got on the board, but prior to that, I heard about you from your management team when we were dealing with the tip credit. And I was a big supporter of the tip credit, as Sherry knows, and I still am. And then I got to meet you here, and you introduced me to some of your team members. And I heard from the Red Cross, from FEMA, and from the County of Maui, and everybody who was impacted on the West Side, how big you came up, and you guys served thousands of people at your restaurant. So Dylan, thank you so much for all that you've done. Sherry as well. We're gonna miss you, but I know we'll be working on other stuff together in the future. So thank you for that opportunity.
Members on Zoom? Vice Chair Mahina?
Yes, thank you. I'm in total agreement with what our other members have shared and conveyed to both Sherry and to Dylan, and just like to add, you know, relationships, connections, Pilina is our superpower here in Hawaii, and how we do business and how we show up for one another and how we care for one another. And I want to thank Sherry and I want to thank Dylan for always exemplifying that idea that relationships, no matter what, whether we get into really vigorous and robust debate because we care, that our relationships is what will help us to keep us together as a whole community. And I see that in the way that you manage your teams. I see that in the way that you represent your organizations, your businesses in the community. And I've had the great honor and privilege of seeing you firsthand, working in between private sector, public sector, and community leaders. And I just want to thank you for exemplifying those values and those characteristics, and how you maintain a certain level of decorum at the boardroom. And we've all benefited from both of you. So thank you so much. And thank you to your families that lent you and your time while you're with us. And we look forward to continued collaboration together in service of Hawaii. Mahalo ya ʻolua.
Member Agas?
Yes, Mahina, so true. It is all about the relationships. And just to echo what everyone says, I don't know if I could add any more other than to say that I look forward to the continued partnerships with you in so many other capacities besides what we do here at HTA, but continuing to work with you on all the great things that you do. You know, to be respectful of what we're required to do on HTA and the way we can communicate and not communicate. I really look forward, Dylan, to now can't pick up the phone and call you and sing and say, hey, let's go have lunch and talk story, or head over to Auntie Mary Lou's house and do something. So how wonderful it is to have those continued relationships. And again, Mahina's so right. Thank you to your families also for supporting you in continuing to work on things for all of us here in the communities, our culture, our people, and so looking forward to working with you continually. So mahalo, mahalo, mahalo.
Well, I would just like to say that I really appreciated the two of you for your steadfastness and your beliefs, your integrity, serving on the board, and for the love of community that both of you show. And especially after the fire, both of you stepped up. Dylan, being a Lahaina boy, was out front and center throughout this entire time. And both of you have shown in so many different ways your zest for life and your support for all parts of our community. And I really appreciate the level of participation that both of you have provided. And I think all of us will miss you. So thank you, and look forward to seeing both of you in the future. Aloha.
So members, just when you thought that we've heard it all about these two outstanding individuals, I'd be remiss if I didn't put two other achievements of both of them on the record. Sherry, during the pandemic, you may recall there was a lot of anxiousness and anxiety amongst the private industry about when are we going to reopen. And you, Blaine, Denise joined with me, and we put that Makau campaign together, and we actually moved the timetable of the reopening up a few weeks as a result of your ability to come forward and bring the business community behind in that effort. I wanted to also cite that as your contribution during the pandemic. Dylan, the Tourism Day at the Capitol was just a small Manini thing many years ago when we first started it. And you brought the major ingredient to the table. You can't have a gathering anywhere without food. And you stepped up, you volunteered then, you volunteer now, and it's one of those things, we don't ever have to ask, you're there. So I need to cite that. The reason why it's such a big major event today with all the industry stakeholders supporting it is you made it happen with that very important ingredient. So I wanted to commend you for that, and thank you. That being said, the floor is now yours.
I want to serve on the board still, so I'm not going to say anything. Okay, I guess I'll start with Hawaiʻi on the Hill, and then I'll go on with my words, because I do want to thank Hawaiʻi Tourism Authority, Chair Hanneman, and the team for supporting, even though FestPac was going on, you still made a commitment to support Hawaiʻi on the Hill. And I wanted to tell Chair Iona and Tokioka that it's still Hawaii on the Hill. Still representing. Next is Maui, and I don't know, Chair McCauley, we got to get Hawaii Island. That's our hometown. But it was a huge success, and I would say the best one yet, our 8th annual Hawaii on the Hill. It would have been our 10th if it were not for the pandemic. But we had a huge turnout. More than 200 from Hawaii flew up in our delegation, and we had about a little over 2,000 attend the taste event. We expanded our schedule this year. So first we started with the leadership event, followed by the welcome reception. We did something different because it did fall on Father's Day. So we had a welcome reception at the Nats Stadium. So we were able to have the welcome reception there. Kalani Pea performed, thanks to Alaska Airlines, and we were able to watch the game. And the next day, we had a number of sessions, one that dealt with workforce development, the other one, a resilience panel, which the FEMA administrator came and talked and addressed our delegation, as well as a manufacturing tour and on that day. And then, of course, to highlight the taste event. And I can't say enough, unless you're there, and Blaine knows, and Chair Tokioka knows as well, it's chicken skin. Because you see everyone with a lei, everyone in that room when the atmosphere, the environment in DC can be so hostile sometimes, right, and polarizing. But when you see people from both sides come into that room, they feel it. They feel the aloha spirit. And to have many of the participants come back every single year, donating their own time, their own products and services, paying their own way, it's because of one thing. They want to showcase Hawaii with one voice. And that's ultimate chicken skin moment. So, this wouldn't be possible again without Hawaii Tourism Authority. And specifically, the following night, we had the Kama'aina Career Connect, which HTA sponsored. Second year doing that. And the goal is to connect employers here with DC residents with Hawaii roots to come together and for those residents to understand what quality whose jobs are available back at home. And so to make that connection with the goal of bringing them back home. And so it's a huge success, bigger than last year, and we hope to grow that. But again, this would not be possible with the wonderful support and of course, Director Iona getting all the Kauai goods out there. Really, it wouldn't have been the Hawaii on the Hill Taste event if it weren't for your contributions and making it happen. So again, thank you so much to all of you for your support. Oh, this is the hard part. Like, well, first of all, thank you for the honor of serving on the board. I'm not smiling hard because I'm turning off, but I am smiling because I see that right now HTA board is in a good place. And I see how hard everyone had to work to bring it to the first place. When I joined the board, or when I was asked to join the board, I thought about it and I thought about the mission. And there's one thing about serving is to believe in the mission. And I did. And as Chairman Cully knows, I grew up within the tourism industry. My mom owned a small business in Hilo, a travel agency. So I see what it has, the impact it has in our state, and specifically as a small business, how they need to be supported. And I've seen how her business got impacted during the pandemic, and how even more so we need to step up our efforts to ensure that we support, from the chamber's voice on my seat here, the business perspective, and then ultimately the jobs that the tourism industry provides. And so while I went through in these 6 years, I believe I joined the same time as Chair Arakawa, many chairs, many CEOs, and it was a roller coaster ride, pandemic, wildfires, and so many other challenges. But we need to go through that to become a much stronger organization and to rebuild in a much resilient way. And I'm even more hopeful now than I ever was before that HTA is in a good place because of the current board and the incoming board members, and of course, the team. Because throughout this entire time, they still remain steadfast because I am sure that each and every one of them also believes in the mission. And when you believe in the mission, you put everything aside and just keep pushing forward. So again, thank you so much for the honor to serve. And although I am not on the board anymore, I will always be here to support in any way I can. And I'm sure we will see each other one way or another, whether on Kauai or some in Vegas or some event or back home in Hilo. But I look forward to continuing to strengthen our relationship. Mahalo.
Well, the option was you could sing if you wanted to. Well, okay, at the end. Anyways, Chair, thank you. Board members, past, current, and then the future, because everybody's got a part in it. We all serve our time and we'll serve our time. So appreciative of all that. Also, staff, just mahalo for everything you do. A little unsolicited advice: if you believe in something, just keep showing up, and your work will be appreciated at some point. So just keep showing up. That's what I tell my kids. Just get up and we go, and then the next day and the next day. So keep doing that. Hawaii needs it, and you're a huge part of it. So thank you to the staff. Thank you to everybody that's connected to HTA. Many of you have gotten to meet some in the room today, some on Zoom, some come once a year. It's been my pleasure. I think somebody said it, a lot of you said it earlier, that many of you didn't know me, which I think was good for me, because I got more than probably I gave, because of all the people I got to meet and all the experiences I got in a field. Tourism feels comfortable for me, but in this application, it was difficult because it's not what I was used to, which I think was great. You know, I had to work through how government works with it, and I'm forever indebted for that. People, my friends especially, always say, "Oh, you're on HTA board? Oh, so sorry." And I go, don't be sorry. Come and listen, and you'll see all these great people working hard, doing great things. But if you just, look at a Facebook post or something, then you don't get a full understanding of what is going on and how important it is. So they always used to be, they're always surprised when I say, no, I'm okay. I'm okay because I'm in the room and I'm listening and hearing and being a part of something that's really important. So it's always a good conversation when that happens. So I say I'm not leaving today happy, and I'm not leaving here sad. I'm leaving here fulfilled because of everybody in this room and everybody in the state. So it has been definitely my pleasure to serve with all of you. Like Chair said and everybody else, I was here before, I'll be here after. If you need anything, please reach out. And my teams, it's nothing to do with me. Just me. I think people say that about their teams, but we have such an amazing group of people on all the islands, soon to be in Kona. So that'll be exciting. Look forward to your help there. But I appreciate all the work you'll do because all the things that you're going to be doing and do now is going to really affect me and my team. So thank you for that. Yeah, it's been a pleasure. And I don't know if it's the appropriate time to do it, but we will sing a song. So I would love everybody to stand up and sing the doxology with me. Is that okay? All right, stand up. I'll start it. You guys carry it. All right. Ready? Ready? 1, 2, 3. O nani kama huama Are you singing?
Oh, it's almost time to take a break. Okay, we need to move forward. We will now turn to our CEO for his report.
Yeah. Oh. Mahalo. Is it working for? Good work. Okay. Okay. Good. Okay. Aloha, everyone. The report, there's a written report in your packet, so I'm just going to briefly go over some of the highlights. More of the details are in the report packet itself. So just always setting the tone. Our 1, 3, and 5 year goals. Of course, it's a combination of our strategic plan, emergency issues, as well as our budget direction. Okay, so of course, first year going through 2025. In the next year, we will ensure that there's market recovery, as well as developing the international markets back to a reasonable level. So we ensure there's high spending visitors here, and the visitor industry contributes to strong economic impact and recovery. And in 2 years, we will have in place very strong island-based system. The legislature has provided us with 5 positions. Those are island-based positions that'll help in the destination management. And then in 5 years, through our efforts for many of our programs, not only in destination stewardship, but also in product development, in our workforce, et cetera, we are looking towards a regenerative tourism model that is less impactful, but contributes less negative impacts, but more positive impacts to both in enriching our community, as well as still continuing to provide economic benefits through revenue, as well as community economic development. There we go. Okay, some quick highlights. So in terms of our reorganization and recruitment, as you know, we've had vacant positions in place. It's been very difficult to recruit in the past because of our applicants were very concerned about stability in the organization. But just to let you know, I think now that everyone knows that we have base funding, we've seen an increase in the number of applicants, actually quite a number of applicants for our destination managers. And we should be making offers for 2 of our destination managers very soon. One, and they'll start sometime in July, one in the branding side and one in the destination stewardship side. And the other processes are still ongoing. One is the recruitment for the chief brand officer. And just to let you know, that has been, of course, delegated to myself to set up a process. And I wanted to say the process, I can go over the process quickly, but I didn't. So first off, we are setting up a search committee, which is made up of a mixture of 2 board members, since we can only have 2 in discussion, 3 staff members, and we're looking at least 1 industry member and a community member. We may include more. I haven't announced the membership at this time because I'm still trying to get commitments from everyone. So that'll happen in the next week. Then ensuring that they first review the final version of the position description. So that's in alignment of what our needs are. I've already drafted the version and I've submitted it to leadership before, but I want the committee to also review it to ensure that it's aligned with stakeholder needs. Candidate sourcing should be out and open over the next 3 weeks or so, leading us to the end of July for an interview process. And then we'll go through the final process. So we're looking closer to August, I think, in clearing a hiring if we have candidates at that point that qualify or pass the selection committee's role. So I'll report at the next admin and audit committee any details or updates on where we are on that. The governance study you'll hear today. So just to be very clear, the report, or I mean, the study is completed, and you'll see a presentation of the study done by Better Destinations. The governance pig is still continuing on from their last meeting. They want to do a final report, including their own recommendations, taking into consideration what was put into the report. We'll talk a little bit more at that. Existing Maui recovery efforts were presented at the last budget committee. And just to let you know, all of the actions and activities that were identified in that original request from the board have been completed except for 2. And we mentioned that one was trying to establish a marketplace on Maui in order to provide venues for Maui-based businesses, small businesses that lost their retail outlets or from Lahaina. So we were working with the county to find a place or at least a stand-up makeke market. In the time frame that the board put, which all work had to be finished before June 30th, we were not able to negotiate a lease, find a place. It's a slightly lower priority right now with the county as well. The second thing was to work on additional communication and outreach to those residents who are still in visitor accommodations and such. We weren't able to work with the organization to finalize on a contract. So the remaining balance on that money is about $125,000. Going forward, the board will then have to decide, should we extend the time period or look at new needs to tap into the emergency fund. But I leave that up to the board at this time, and we can bring it up at the next, we said we would bring it up at the next Ho'okahua, the Ho'okahua committee, to look at recommendations from the staff, and the board can then decide what to go forward on utilizing emergency money. Or we could just, at this point, determine that overall emergency money is not needed, and we can continue with our regular base budget in terms of the efforts. And last, I reported slightly when I was away at the last board meeting on my China and Japan trip. And just to recap again, that I was in China for the US-China Travel Leaders Summit, which is the government agencies working together. And the most important thing out of that was Hawaii having a presence in front of the Chinese government. And it was mentioned quite often that Hawaii is one of the key pieces in terms of reestablishing good relations between China and the US through travel and through tourism. That exchange of friendship, understanding is critical in improving the relationships between the two countries. And it was mentioned by both sides, the US and China, quite often. The other thing that was accomplished was the ability to be there and working with my US colleagues in both Brand USA and US Travel to enforce the priorities that Hawaii has. Even though we're a small state, we have a high impact in terms of the number of international visitors, particularly China, but also in our other major markets. And they tend to forget about us because we're so removed from DC. And that's why Hawaii in the Hill is very critical. But I also got to spend a lot of time with those important government and NGOs to enforce that. And we'll be meeting with them again in July. And then we continued on meeting with other Chinese businesses. We took up a large contingency to our ITB Shanghai of travel partners and a trade show. And not only the trade show showing meeting with travel trade, but an important part was actually meeting with Chinese companies, particularly in the digital world, where a lot of travel trade actually occurs now, OTAs, a lot of the social media platforms where most of the marketing happens. It's not in traditional print or television advertising. And it was important for us to get in front of these large digital companies to ensure that Hawaii has a relationship with them and continue the importance of, if you're going to go into the US, part of the formula is still Hawaii, which it has been. We've been part of the circuit of where iconic destinations that Chinese want to visit in the United States. So we wanted to continue to emphasize that, and it's worked well. The other accomplishment from that is that many of these Chinese businesses are actually related to the government as well. It's a bureaucratic system. So it's important to continue that relationship at a government to government level. So having HTA presence there and not only private sector was very important for them, and seeing our commitment as a state to the relationship with China. And you see more details. The last one, let's see. Yeah, maybe you can just fast forward. Did it go? There we go. Next slide. Yeah. Oh, that's just a picture, right? Of we signed an MOU, Hawaii or HTA signed an MOU with Spring Tours. So it because we do not have nonstop service to Hawaii from China, currently the strategy is to promote one-stop, meaning through Japan. So Spring Tours provides service from China to Japan. And then we work with their partners of the various Japanese airlines from Japan to Hawaii to take advantage of the seats that are available there to help. And all airlines, if we can get them to Narita, they can book and connect with the available seats that we have coming out of Narita or Haneda. Next, please. Another, you all enjoyed FestPac in terms of the cultural side and understanding the various countries of the Pacific and enjoying the cultural and arts. But at the same time, we had additional meetings with the business side. So what you see here are some of the travel and tourism leadership, many government officials, ministers of tourism or Ministry of Tourism, that we met over the course of the 2 weeks. There were SPC, which is the Pacific Community, which is a large NGO that unites many of the Pacific Islands, as well as SPTO, which is South Pacific Tourism Organization, had additional meetings and discussions that we attended. And what we tried to discuss, well, what we discussed and are going to look forward towards is seeing if we can unite with other Pacific Islands in terms of marketing to those target segments that are looking for indigenous cultural tourism in the Pacific scope. So instead of trying to compete with those South Pacific Islands, we're going to unite to maybe work together, to maybe promote together, market together in those segments of the of our target audiences that are seeking similar destinations, and we can coordinate. There's also support for them as a whole of trying to be more of a leader in the Pacific realm for the US, right? And that's really critical as part of this political environment as well. Next, please. On the destination stewardship side, in the past month, one of the issues was the cruise ship. So there was actually two that were identified as coming very close to the shoreline or impacting, in natural areas, natural preserved areas. So we work closely with the cruise ship industry. We will continue with additional meetings with all cruise cruise companies about are sensitive to our environment, what are the state rules, going over with those again, and also working closer with them to understand community impacts and how to work closely with community and keep us informed. The other was presented at, I think, brand standing was the visitor education post-arrival marketing programs that Kilo Hana have been working on, and there'll be some presentations later about that. Those were completed, particularly for the Maui recovery, right? Because of the wildfires, there have been changes in where they should be going, some additional messaging that was provided to us from the county, et cetera. And those have been integrated into these new visitor education campaigns and assets, such as new itineraries that take advantage of the open businesses. Next, please. And you saw at the brand and marketing committee, the people, the place in the Hawaiian Islands, and there will be another presentation here today on that. We also presented follow-ups on where we are in Japan. And what we noted here is that the U.S. Travel and Tourism Association has a Mercury Awards for high quality activations that have been productive. And we are entering those to show that not only are we doing well to market ourselves, but that we are continuing to remain globally competitive against other competitive destinations. And then we talked already about the China travel mission. Next, please. I'm so slow. Just a few more here. So there's an evaluation of DMAPs you'll see here, and many of you may have already been contacted by our contractor who is reviewing all of the results, talk to those steering committees to give us, quantify where we are in terms of the success of the programs that we did implement over the past 3 years to guide us towards the next 3 years. How should we be doing it differently? What has worked? What hasn't worked? Those should be reported back in our July meeting for results. Curator, many of you may have seen our press release, press conference yesterday, as well as the press release that went out and the article that went out this yesterday morning. And you see Curator is a way of keeping ourselves globally competitive, but also moving towards a more regenerative tourism model, ensuring that when the visitor comes here, they have a quality experience by these curated, those businesses and community organizations that are providing the high quality, not just in service, as many, of these rating systems have, but in all areas, natural resource sustainability, in terms of DEI, and ensuring that their employees are well taken care of as well. So you can read more about it in the links, as well as on the articles that we've had. And I think we're going to have a short presentation of that as well as part of the wrap up with Kilohana later today. And then last is another workforce development program that we did, and that is internships for high school students. It was very important. Right now, one of the only programs we have is what people, the Holomua program. But that's only to government, to high school students working in government agencies. But what we did is actually work to place them in the visitor industry, in private sector as well, by providing funding to give a taste of what it is to be working in the visit industry in the summer. And we have to start familiarizing our students and residents early when they can make a choice and see if they want to continue their investment in the visitor industry. So it started in a few weeks ago, and it'll continue through the summer. We'll have a report on that, I think, in our July meeting, of how many we were able to recruit and employ for the summer. Next, please. I think that's a couple pictures, and you can go next. And as you can see, if you're not familiar with many of these faces, it comprises, this group was yesterday's press conference. It includes those of the 13 started pilot programs or pilot businesses that joined up at the beginning to help us evaluate the process, give us feedback, but also to be open to subjugating themselves to this critical review of their processes and their business methods. There's also people on this group that help us to design many of the critical elements and criteria to pass in the curator. And we'll have a more detailed presentation later today. And that's my presentation. Mahalo. If there's any questions, just let me know.
Any questions for the president? Member Arcall.
Yeah, just a couple questions on the hiring of the branding officer, chief branding officer. I don't know, maybe I missed it, but first time I'm hearing of it. And in the past, that process was, we had a search. We hired a search consultant to do it, and it was in connection with the hiring of the CEO, et cetera. And of course, the CEO hires the branding officer with the approval of the board, right? That's what the
with approval of the board is the last, it's the last step in the process.
Right.
Correct.
And so there are a couple of things. Number one is, does the position description, who reviewed the position description?
As I mentioned, it's been created already, but part of the selection committee will review the position. That's part of the process.
Okay, but did any board members review it
Not
prior
yet.
to you? Okay.
That's part of the selection process. The selection committee will review
Okay.
the position, the final position.
Okay, and so something to consider, just to consider, creating a pig of the branding committee. The branding committee has 6 people, creating a pig, adding those outside people to it, and that can serve as that selection committee that you're talking about, because it might be very important to have the members of the branding committee have input into the position description, et cetera. Okay, so that's number 1. Number 2 is, the governance study goes into a lot of how this place operates, right? And so does the position description, and this is why it's important to create maybe a pig of the branding committee, because the governance study has a lot of issues in it, and the position description should address those issues, or I say issues, but they're actually problems, but the issues that we have here, so that the new branding officer, chief branding officer, will know coming in what our issues are, and the branding committee will make sure that those issues are included in the position description. So what I'm saying, instead of you doing it yourself and giving it to a handpicked committee, we already have a branding committee. It's 6 people. So maybe think about creating a pig. And that's all. That's all. I'm not going to argue about it.
Definitely the branding committee is involved in this process on my list. I'm presenting it to in July, we'll present the overall process. But the branding committee is involved in it, and there'll be presentations, of course.
Yeah. So I have a branding committee, and this is the first time hearing of it.
I'm presenting now that I am starting this process, and this is the proposed process.
And the interviews will be in July. So kind of late for the branding committee to get involved. But I mean, that's for a different time and different selection process. And maybe the admin committee, which handles hiring, we don't want to get too many committees involved. So I think since it's the chief branding officer, and this is very, very important, along with destination management, we're looking at branding and marketing, right? Emphasis on that. But anyway, I just throwing that out there, 2 things, maybe a broader committee that already exists. Secondly, to take into account all of the things that affect branding that are in the governance study. That's huge. That's it. Thanks.
Can I add something?
Sure.
So I'm not sure if this is the place to have the conversation. I think we need to have the conversation for sure. And whether that's through the admin committee and the audit committee, not sure. But in my short time here, there isn't an absence of structure and rules and protocols. It's whether this organization wants to follow them. So, I mean, it's my, at least from where I sit, it isn't so much who you hire, it's the structure that has to be reinforced. I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel, right? It's goes back to, for me, the beginning. What is our kuleana? What are we charged with, and what autonomy do we have to do it? And I think if we establish that, everything that's written in the governance study, in my opinion, is not news. You can see it. Mm-hmm. And so, absent some kind of structure, it doesn't matter who we hire, quite frankly. So I don't know where that conversation needs to take place, but it probably needs to take place. That's just my view.
Member Tokyo?
Yeah, thank you. So, Daniel, I just want to get some clarity on one of the slides that you talked, or one of the items in the slide that you talked about, as far as the hiring of the president and the CEO. Can you summarize what you?
Oh, no, I was talking about hiring of the chief brand officer. No. The CEO position, a process will be talked about at a agenda item later today.
It'll be addressed by audit chair White. It's on the agenda.
I thought you mentioned some things in your report. Okay. Thank you.
Member McNamara? Benor? You have a question? I say you lay it on. You want to sing?
Oh, it is? Oh.
Okay. Any other questions for our president? Okay, thank you, Daniel, for the report. Comments duly noted. Let me now go to my report very quickly. Some of these things already been said by our president, but let me underscore some other things with respect to what he mentioned. First of all, FESPAC. Kudos to Governor Green and First Lady Jamie Green for their leadership. Kudos to Aaron Salah. But again, members, we'd be remiss if I didn't mention some key folks here in the house that we sit in that played a big part. Kalani, Maka, devoted significant amount of time to this effort here. And I also want to mention Terry Orton for doing a great job here for having those 24 island nations have a place where local people could come. And my understanding with respect to the 11 other venues outside the convention center, they talk about 500,000 people from Hawaii that had an opportunity to see something, witness something of what is really a family reunion. This is family. That's why I never talked about them as guests, as visitors. This is family. And that's what this was a major opportunity to do. I also want to commend Director Tokioka, who was very visible at many of the events, and also our own Vice Chair, Mahina, who along with myself were asked to participate in some of the workshops. This was just a great opportunity, and HTA's light shone brightly for the role that we played in a very supportive, strong leadership capacity. So I invite any of you, if you haven't seen any of the activities took place, go on YouTube because it'll just give you chicken skin 10 times over. There will be follow-up and follow-through. Daniel mentioned that. These conferences really are not worth anything if we don't try to follow up on the goodwill, the desires that were expressed not only from our cousins that came from the Pacific, but also from many people here at home that want to see a more regular occurrence of something. Maybe not to this degree, but there are other opportunities that we can engage. So I continue to hear about that to today, and I just want to let all of you know. I know the governor wants to see some follow-up and follow-through. We've talked about from a tourism perspective what we like to do, and certainly we will work closely with the state to ensure that what happened this past month, we can really be able to accrue additional benefits going forward, not just for us, but I'm looking at the younger generation. They got to appreciate and understand this whole aspect of Oceania that we've come to embrace and now have promoted it like we never have before. So again, major kudos to Governor and First Lady Jamie Green for all the time they put into it. Secondly, curator. I also want to mention this. This was a great day in Hawaiʻi, as I said yesterday, for the HTA. This is something that I think has been needed. This will help us in being different, distinct, and also in this very competitive world that we live in with other destinations, that we have a solid set of criteria that's been developed by over 100 organizations that pitched in, shared their thoughts in Manao, vetted by a 24-member advisory committee that has resulted in 13 companies now coming forward. The follow-up and follow-through, Sherry, as I'm looking at you with the chamber and myself with HLTA, we've got to now get as many businesses to be a curator certified business, because that'll show folks that we have a process in place, and this is what we recommend to you when you come here as a mindful traveler. These are the businesses that we like for you to patronize. These are the products that we like for you to purchase. It's all about, again, regenerative tourism and pushing that local theme across the board. So thank you, Tyler Gomes and Kilohana. Thank you, Caroline, HTA, for leading the charge from our shop, and all those businesses that are involved. Many more great things to come as we go forward. Kalani, next point. Kalani and Caroline are not here because they're at a very important press conference this morning over at the Culinary Institute of the Pacific. And that is to announce the fact that HTA is helping to sponsor 32 chefs that will now be able to go through a 5-day intensive training with Roy Yamaguchi, whereby they will receive at the Culinary Institute of Pacific certification to be a Culinary Institute of America chef. This is huge for workforce development. I cannot tell you how grateful Denise Yamaguchi, Roy Yamaguchi is that we are joining in. And this is part of workforce development. Sometimes people tend to think that, well, we talk about our hotel jobs. That's not how we're going to do workforce development. Caroline knows that from my perspective, and I know I share with all of you. You want every aspect of the industry. Chamber does it, DBED does it. We want to join in, and we want to have a strong tourism focus. So this is a great news. It's happening right now. Daniel and I could not go, but we asked Caroline and Kalani to be there. They're making the announcement. 32 shifts will be funded, partially funded, with a grant, with the funding coming from the Hawaii, from HCA to KCC for this to happen. So that's happening right now. On WorkWise, this is another initiative that we pushed out. Summer internships, paid internships, not by our funds. It's funds that are going to be provided by private industry. And so we've asked Caroline, she's working with Julie Leigh Morikawa that does Climb High program. We've also corralled Harris Nakamoto, who's got a great relationship with Farrington High School, to bring all those elements together so that we can provide employers opportunity. They'll pay for these interns. We're vetting them and we're recommending them. So we've targeted Oahu because of lack of funding from the private sector to do all this, and Maui. Hopefully in the summers to come, we'll be able to branch that out. So I saw the list of some of the businesses that are part of it, some interesting businesses like Tanoa, which is a very popular retail shop. They're providing summer paid internships that they're paying for at 2 locations on Oahu and on Maui. So those are the kind of businesses that are participating in the WorkWise program. In the area of sports, we've just concluded a visit that we were engaged with the Los Angeles Clippers. We are having them come back again, thanks to HCA funding. They're coming the first week of October. 2 things are going to happen. They are playing the Golden State Warriors. Might be one of the last chances to see the legend Stephen Curry of Golden State play the Clippers here the first Saturday in October. But here's what's exciting about it. They also, again, are going to do a school in the community that they will do 2 things: look to renovate their basketball courts and also upgrade the classrooms and provide it a more tech-friendly atmosphere with resources that they're providing, which would involve some renovation and so forth. So they have 3 excellent schools before them. They've asked us for consideration that we put before them. And I think you'll be very happy at the end of the day when they announce who that school will be. But more importantly, this is coming. This is all about sports tourism. It's part of our statute, our mandate that we do sports. I'm very happy that this is proceeding. Also, we are working right now, and Daniel is working with the staff. I've asked them to really develop a robust agenda for a fall conference that we want to have that will involve the industry as a whole, looking at speakers, again, that will come from the continent and other areas, but also augment what we're doing here and highlight our work with destination marketing and destination stewardship, and do it in a way whereby you're right here in this convention center, that will have many, many folks involved. So that will probably come to you in much more greater detail as Daniel and staff will work weekly on this proposal to make it come to pass. I know we're looking at September 30th, October 1st, and October 2nd. September 30, October 1st, October 2nd. 2 more items and then I'm Pao. We all know about this soft market that we're addressing. So I want to share with you some of the thoughts that have gone into this. Private industry has approached us of what we can do to build upon that excellent message that we have, the people, the place, the Hawaiian Islands. Everyone's concerned. The numbers are not looking good coming out of the summer into the fall. So I've asked our brand chair, Blaine Miyasato, and working with Jay Tolmer there at HVCB to develop a saturation strategy that will focus on California. That's our base market, especially Southern California. And as those plans wind its way through the marketing committee, the brand marketing committee, as well as more further details and discussions that we're having with the industry, and Jay will bring that forward, we'll be able to share that with you. But there's no question we cannot stand pat. We have to be much more proactive, and I think everybody understands that. And the reception, the vibe so far from the industry, they like the fact that we are very concerned and we want to do something about it. And that's exactly what we intend to do, working with our chair here on our brand marketing, Blaine Miyasato, to bring that to pass. The president and CEO report process will be reported by our chair of the audit committee, Mike White. I'll save that for him, but suffice it to say, I wanted to remind you that we have a special board meeting on July 8th, and that is to bring forward the members of the selection committee before the board for your approval. So please keep that in mind, July 8th. It will be a short meeting, okay? And we'll make that pass. Last thing, I've asked Daniel to put back in our regular agenda our regular meetings that we used to have with the mayors of every county, where we would invite the industry as a whole to engage in those conversations. It worked very well. We did it during the pandemic period, post-pandemic, kind of went by the wayside with the Maui wildfires and the like. We were so much focused on Maui, but we want to re-engage that again. Talk to some of the mayors. They're looking forward to having those discussions again. So that concludes my report. Are there any questions? Member Tokyo.
Yeah, so last year we did the state capitol and we had 2 meetings there. Is that still a consideration? Because the attendance at the meeting, there weren't a lot of people there, but there was a lot of people that watched it online. So the specific purpose of that, and I instigated it at one of the meetings, was to make sure that the legislature knew that we were communicating with them directly. And that message was heard loud and clear. So is that still a consideration? And I'm sorry, Chair, you said that the meetings are going to be on the islands of the neighbor islands.
No, I'm sorry. Let me just read. You used to do those on Zoom. It's a Zoom meeting with the mayors. Mayors is Zoom.
Here, but with the mayors.
Yeah, it's on Zoom. Yeah.
So we have not, well, we are still considering locations for the rest of this year. Yes, the meetings at the Capitol had attendance with many of the legislators. It was a very difficult in terms of actually the logistics of setting it up there. It was very difficult. So we're still assessing that. We do want to recommend that we do one on the neighbor island. I think this came up before, that having a meeting on the neighbor island, because many of the community members and industry partners also want to participate or provide testimony or talk to the board members at that time. So in this period, we are also looking at establishing at least one meeting on the neighbor island.
Yeah, I think that was a suggestion that I had made based on some of my conversations with you. It'd be nice to have at least one of our meetings on one of the neighbor islands. So I think what's going to determine that is the cost of actually doing that. So that's why I haven't been so quick to say, let's go. I want to see the cost. I think Director Tokioka brings up a very good point. I think we should look at that again, because we are going into their hale. And even though they may not attend, they're aware we're there. They have staff listening in. So let's see how we can do that. I think that's a good suggestion. Thank you. So that would mean 2 of our 12 meetings. One we're trying to do on the neighbor island, and the other one at the state capitol, then the rest would be here.
Yeah, a while back, I don't know how many years ago, but we used to actually rotate back and forth, one here and then one on a neighbor island or a different location, remote.
A different time.
Yeah, back then, a different time. But it does help, I think, to expose our discussions to different audiences throughout.
But in fact, even this meeting, although we're physically located at the HTA or convention center, is open to the public, including all of our lawmakers, correct? Right. And we send out invitations to them, right? I just want to make sure that the access is there.
Absolutely. Thank you. Any questions for members on Zoom? No? Okay. We can now move to our next report, and that is the item number 9, our governance study. We have 3 speakers to address us. First of all, Daniel, and then we're asking inviting Mahina on behalf of Stephanie and herself. They were co-chairs of the big governance study. And then last but not least, Carol Ritter. Daniel?
Well, Kathy setting up. I'll just go over kind of the logistics and the issues related to this presentation today. So today we will be hearing from Better Destinations on their final governance study. And this is not, just to put this in context, this is not the final report of the governance PIG. This is just Better Destinations report to the PIG, or actually to the board. It is in public session, and the PowerPoints have been distributed at public session. And after the end of this presentation, we'll have the full reports available for distribution as well. But we just wanted to ensure that, one, the discussion today, because this is not the governance PIG report, discussion should be directed towards Kathy or other members of Better Destination. It's not a discussion amongst board members due to the restrictions of, and John Cole can explain, maybe if you have questions about restrictions of having discussions of policy and issues amongst board members when it's not agendized, or it's the PIG itself has not done their final report. And so I'd like to turn it over to co-chair Mahina Paishan here to talk a little bit more of what we've discussed going through this governance PIG and its relation to the board.
Thank you, Daniel, and thank you, Chair. First off, before we kick off, I just want to really thank Chair Hanneman for providing us an update. It's not all the time that we get to hear, the progress that an organization is making, and I am very proud of the progress that we're making. The reason why I bring that up is coupled with the progress they are making as an organization in service of Hawaii. We know that this governance study was commissioned to deliver strong outcomes for the state's economy, to better manage the impacts on resident communities and our natural and cultural resources, and for the greater benefit of all of Hawaii. And so with great intention, both myself and co-chair Iona and the members of this governance study PIG, which comprise member Arakawa, member McCulley, and member Minor McNamara, we wanted to assure that Kathy and her team, that we would assure the independent nature of this study, to assure that there's transparency and accountability along the way, and that we as HTA committee members, board members, and staff would refrain from directing the work of this governance study. It's just very important that we say that upfront, as also for the benefit of our public who might be listening in, and our state legislative leadership as well. This study comes at an opportune time because, as we heard from Chair Hanneman and those who spoke in today, that it builds on the progress that we as HTA are actively making with our partners, with legislative our legislators, our county leaders, and residents, as we're all striving for a more balanced tourism approach. And there's three areas that I really want to highlight and underscore, for which we are coming into this governance study, and we're going to hear more about the concrete results and high-level recommendations from Kathy and team. So first is, yes, lump sum funding has been reinstated, and we move into the next fiscal year with this level of financial stability. Second, we are not hearing active talk of disbanding the Hawaiʻi Tourism Authority. And in fact, finding more ways, I'm hearing more conversation around how do we collaborate around workforce development initiatives, summer internship initiatives that you've heard, and so forth. And then finally, and which is very, very important to me, is codifying regenerative tourism that incorporates Native Hawaiian culture and values at the front and at the core through Senate Bill 2659. So this doesn't say that we are far from where we want to be. And I think when we hear the results of the governance study, I want to encourage all of us as board members to open with a lot of curiosity, open mind, to hone it into the challenges and the gap areas, and possible interventions and solutions that we will agree to work on collaboratively together, and to solve for. And with that, what else do I want to say? Yeah, I just our task now, as I turn it over to Kathy, and to her team members of Carry Kapoi LLC, Place Generation, and Smart Insights, is that let's really delve into this report. It's not by chance that we're taking in information. We want to, myself and co-chair Iona wanted to make sure that we, and the members of this committee want to make sure that we had a good amount of time to really let the information sink in so that we can formulate the questions that are important to us. And as you have questions, either today and or after today's board meeting concludes, please forward them on to Daniel, and CC myself and co-chair Iona. We will make sure that we bring those questions together as a governance committee, organize them so that we can have an organized, robust conversation. And finally, thank you again to the governance study committee members for their time, their effort, and commitment to this process. Member Arakawa, Member McCulley, Member Minoru McNamara, and thank you to co-chair Iona. Aloha. Kathy, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, co-chair. Oh, let's see, we're loading up the presentation. Go ahead. But I do also want to share my thanks to the members of the PIG. This was a difficult project with a lot of moving parts, and we really appreciate the insights and the steadfastness of our PIG committee members. So thank you for serving. So, and also let me say, it was really moving to hear the lovely tributes from all of you to your departing board members. Truly fills this room with the spirit of aloha. Also, this beautiful lei that co-chair Iona brought me, I think from Kauai, perhaps. It's filling my world with the spirit of aloha too. And that's actually a very prominent theme of the governance study that we're going to be sharing with you today. There's a reason we called it Governance with Aloha, and I'll explain that in just a few moments. Oh, here we go. So here we are. After 5 months, we kicked this project off. Oh, that's for the TV. I think there was a clicker. No? Or I can just use, actually, I can just use this too. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. We kicked this project off almost exactly 5 months ago. And here we are after, I counted them yesterday, 69 in-depth interviews, 2 rounds of workshops, a statewide survey that netted more than 700 results, and many, many conversations. And that is now boiling down to 11 recommendations that we're going to be sharing with you today. Okay, I'm having trouble advancing this. There we go. You've heard us introduce ourselves before, but I do just want to call attention to the fact that this has been a team effort. Elke Dens and Frank Kuipers from Place Generation are both joining us remotely from Belgium, exactly 12 hours in advance of here. So thank you for staying up so late, Frank and Elke. Denise Miller was not able to join us today. Jason Economo from Carrie Kapoi's team. Jason is a private attorney on Maui. He's joining us as well. And I think Carrie was going to try to join us, but she's just back from vacation yesterday.
Carrie's on. She just got
Carrie
the
is on.
she got the attendee link.
Great. Thank you so much, Jason, for letting us know. So let me also set the stage by reminding everyone who might be listening in that this study was undertaken under very unusual circumstances. The HTA board and the HTA both publicly refrained from directing the work of this governance study, and that was intended to ensure that the ultimate findings and these recommendations today are seen as credible and reflective of stakeholder perspectives across Hawaii. So let me quickly review the agenda because our time is limited, and thank you for holding your questions to the end of this time. We're going to give you obviously an overview of the report and recommendations, but we'll center on what we're calling the Hawaii Challenge. That's the case we're making for why this is important. We'll talk through the recommended governance structure that we're bringing to you. We're going to talk a little bit about the way we would recommend structuring oversight of Hawaii tourism governance in the future, and that is with destination stewardship councils, both at the state and island level. We'll talk about the proposed organizational structure and the path ahead. So just to take you back to the beginning of this, the RFP that was shared last fall outlined 9 actions for the scope of work. The last one of 9 was determine if an alternative system of governance is necessary. And we answered that question with a yes, based on everything that we heard, based on where HTA is today. Even though there's been a lot of progress over the past legislative session, you have your first appropriation from the legislature in 3 years, but you also lost the last exemption that was granted to you when the HTA was founded in 1998. And so we do believe the dynamic needs to change. The purpose of this study is to recommend how Hawaii tourism can be governed to deliver strong outcomes for the state's economy, to manage impacts on communities and natural resources, and for the greater benefit of Hawaii's people and places. We tested this statement in multiple settings because we wanted to make certain we were grounding the purpose of the study in a way that resonated with stakeholders across your islands. And we believe we got that endorsement. Just to talk to you a bit about the name of this report and why we chose Governance with Aloha. We gained deep appreciation for the fact that aloha is far more than a greeting and a farewell. It implies deep layers of meaning. It also means governing with a willingness to understand various perspectives. We heard on Maui that they even distribute their grants with aloha. And that was meant to imply that grants are distributed with a sense of fairness and goodwill and intention to create positive outcomes. So we took that inspiration for this report. Governing with aloha means governing in ways that are intended to create harmony and positive outcomes, to look beyond the obvious, and to seek partnership in the truest sense of the word. And that is truly what these recommendations today are intended to achieve for you. So just to give you a quick overview, 11 recommendations. In many cases, we provided you with alternatives. We provided you with examples from other states, from global destinations. The intent of these recommendations is to create empowerment, empowering the HTA, empowering the board, empowering islands to collaborate on development of a superior system of governance. We've given you 3 options for predictable funding. Obviously, the lifeblood of any kind of a destination organization is that predictable source of funding so you can engage in long-term planning. We've even proposed statutory language. I can't imagine that it would survive without revision, but we wanted to at least give you a start on where we think you can go with this. And we've charted a path to transformation. 2 years may be optimistic. There may be pieces of this that could be accomplished within a 2-year time frame, but this probably is a long-term play. and would require a great deal of commitment to continue moving forward. The report that we prepared and delivered to HTA just this week is accompanied by a companion document, which we're calling the situational analysis. That has included all of the extensive desktop research, the benchmark case studies that we developed from 11 US and global destinations. We did 69, as I said, in-depth interviews, co-creation labs, ideation sessions, and the findings of the stakeholder survey are all embedded in this companion document. These will be shared on hawaiitourismgovernance.com. So with that overview, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Elka Den, who is standing by to talk about the Hawaii Challenge. Elka, over to you.
Thank you, Kathy, and good morning to all of you. Yes, we have learned from the situation analysis, and we would like to acknowledge that the HTA was set up more than 25 years ago already now in a very successful way. Actually, it was even considered an example for other parts of the world, including this place. Now, over the years, and we must say especially the last 5 years, as you all know, HTA has been seeing some challenges, and you have been talking already about the funding and the uncertainty in funding which you are working on, and I think which is really good news. But next to that, there's also been an uncertainty in focus, and this is really very important when it comes to long-term thinking, that you can do long-term planning to really do destination management in a proper way. And it's also important to have this, to be able to adapt. And we've seen that with many crises, unfortunately, that we've had, but probably will continue to be there in the future. And this ability to adapt is also super important for tapping into the changing visitor and industry landscape. So that's another thing, because we have seen since COVID-19 much more competition between destinations as ever before. Everybody wants to recover as soon as possible, but this really puts some pressure on some destinations. And we think, and we acknowledge also, that Hawaii has something that is not open for competition, and that's your unique Hawaiian culture. But of course, this also needs to be protected. We heard that many times, and that means that tourism needs to take care of the negative impacts that it's creating. Think about the environment, think about water, waste management, but also on the social side, it is causing for a lot of questions around equity. You know, the question, where does all the money go? So yes, we dare to say that there's also a big challenge in safeguarding the value of tourism, because today tourism is often the scapegoat for everything that goes wrong on the island. So the challenge of having negative attitudes from residents are undermining Hawaii's appeal as a travel destination. And we think this challenge is very huge. It's a challenge of a destination, not of an organization, but we think it will be in the next 5 years very much a priority or a focus of HTA. So that's why we would say, and we would call it the Hawaii Challenge. It's a big challenge, and we don't think it can be answered successfully with just some small fixes.
Thank you, Elka. So our first recommendation is to restructure the HTA as a destination stewardship organization. This is an emerging concept across the globe. The Travel Foundation, of which Elka and I are both affiliated with, identified several advantages of destination stewardship: public sector benefits, private sector benefits, and community benefits. And I will leave it to you to absorb these at your leisure. These are explained in the report. This recommendation also reflects a lot of the discussion that took place during our co-creation lab. Some of you who were in attendance at those may recognize this figure. This actually represents, although we didn't say it, this represents where HTA is today as a destination management organization. You see the state at the center of this, collaborative lines going out toward, or lines going out to the island and community, the environment, the private sector. These are all interests of the HTA. You see some lighter lines going back toward the state. This represents that this is a more of a top-down approach today. With destination stewardship, the dynamic, whoops, clicked on the wrong thing. The dynamic changes. You see the orange arrows now are just as hefty, going in both directions. And that is the same interests are being represented. The state is working with the environment, with the island and community, and with the private sector. But there's a spirit of collaboration that imbues this model. And that is really what we are recommending for Hawaii, because we believe that by creating Hawaii tourism governance as a strong collaboration across your islands, that is the antidote to a lot of the pushback you're getting against tourism today. When people feel shut out of their tourism economy, when they feel that they don't have a voice in their tourism economy, that's often what leads to the unrest and the unhappiness and the lack of appreciation with what is your main economy in this state. By becoming a destination stewardship organization, HTA can be relaunched as an exemplary state agency, thoroughly aligned with the priorities that have been expressed by your stakeholders and by your legislative overseers as well. We asked the board at the ideation session, is it more important to you to be a model state agency or a model global agency? And the answer came back resoundingly. It's far more important for us to be a model state agency, and this would accomplish that. Interestingly, this new focus is highly consistent with the direction of HB 3364. That bill was filed 5 days before we launched this study, and it's so interesting that we were moving along the same track, and I suspect it was because legislators were responding to the same things that we were hearing as we were engaging with people across your islands. The idea that the legislature baked into this legislation was for HTA to grow the visitor economy as long as it followed destination management practices and integrated regenerative tourism into its strategies. And that's really what a destination stewardship organization does on an even larger level. Even though you said being a global leader wasn't that important to you, moving in this direction actually would position Hawaii and restore you as a recognized global leader. You would become the first U.S. state agency to integrate the collaborative practices of destination stewardship into every aspect of your mission, including brand development. The governance with aloha definition of a destination stewardship organization. As I said, this concept is really under discussion around the globe. There have been different definitions emerging. We're bringing a very strong definition of destination stewardship to you, that your organization would be committed to a community-first, regenerative mindset that delivers not only a healthy tourism economy, but addresses local priorities and improves unique assets through ongoing collaboration. So you see, this isn't about mitigating impacts of tourism. Certainly you mitigate, but the focus shifts to improving. That's the regenerative model that is baked into this concept. And then you measure your success against a holistic range of considerations, and these would extend beyond those widely accepted, very important economic measures to include social, cultural, and environmental improvements with the goal of delivering net positive results from tourism. Interestingly, that language, net positive, was also embedded in SB 3364. So again, very consistent with where your legislators were heading with that legislation, which takes effect July 1st. Options for organizing HTO and this new destination stewardship organization. We're recommending a rather bold move of reorganizing the DSO either as a nonprofit, and that is our strongly recommended option, or as a cabinet level. And the idea here is to place this DSO at the highest levels of government in Hawaii. Tourism is your strongest economic driver, rivaled only by US military spending. It brings in 2023, the last time you counted, $21 billion of cash essentially was infused into these islands from tourism. And right now, the state's largest industry appears to be deprioritized in state government. We think that dynamic needs to change. We would also point to the fact that the 3 best funded state level tourism agencies in the US are all nonprofits. Visit California, Visit Florida, Discover Puerto Rico, all are organized as nonprofits. They are the undisputed leaders of tourism in their area. They enjoy wide support from industry, from their populations as well. And we believe this is a model that could be very productive for Hawaii as well. A key to the success of this whole model, we believe, is establishing a new role within the governor's office to coordinate stewardship efforts across state agencies. One of the issues that HTA has run into time and again with the DMAPs is that a lot of these solutions require collaboration across state government. And HTA has not had the ability to convene those discussions for one reason or another. And so oftentimes these solutions fall short because there has not been that ability to get the attention of the other agencies to focus on the things that need to be done on the various islands. And so the solution we propose here, and this is a take on a past structure in Governor Linda Lingle's office where she had a tourism liaison. We're saying stewardship issues cut across, it's not just tourism, stewardship issues cut across Hawaii. And there is an interest in focusing attention on impacts on land, climate, culture, by making this a priority of the governor's office and bringing together all the state agencies that have a role in addressing this. We believe Hawaii could really make important strides on all fronts and also inspire that collaboration across state agencies. Did I skip one? I skipped revenue. We proposed 3 funding options. I'll leave it to you to explore these further, but we believe each one of these is viable. Each one of them starts from the baseline FY 2024 budget of $60 million and builds from there because that's the last year that we could compare revenues from your transient accommodations tax to the budget. Right now, only about 7% of transient accommodation taxes are support the HTA budget. That 60 million represents about 7% of what's collected with the TAT just at the state level. So we're saying use growing revenue sources to supplement that $60 million in the future to give this new DSO a growing source of revenue over the years to continue solving more and more issues and create more and more enhancements from tourism. And we're proposing that the funding for that nonprofit is housed within the governor's budget under the jurisdiction of this new stewardship liaison. We also are proposing a needed policy. You heard Elka talk about the fact that residents don't see the value of tourism in Hawaii many times. And a big reason for that, we believe, is that there is not a lot of transparency around what the transient accommodations tax goes for. Many jurisdictions, Nevada in particular, point to particular ways that tourism revenues are enhancing the quality of life in their states. Everybody in Florida knows the reason they don't have an income tax is because of tourism. And when you can make that case for your residents, again, that's another way of breaking down those barriers, diffusing opposition to tourism, because then people start seeing the value of what tourism brings to them. And that the viability of your economy is at risk when people don't experience or understand the value of tourism. And it's only natural for people to push back when they're not seeing those benefits and they're only seeing the impacts. We're also talking, and we've also, as I mentioned earlier, we've provided you with the statutory language to actually move these ideas forward. One of the things that we're really recommending is that the legislature provide the DSO with independence, flexibility, and long-term stability with the statute. So I will turn this over now back to Elka to talk to you about the oversight structure for this new DSO that we're proposing. Elka.
Yes, thank you, Kathy. Yes, so this is about the oversight of what we also currently know as the board. Here, our recommendation would be to broaden the scope. We mean that in multiple ways. First of all, we would say instead of focusing on one organization and its strategy, and also a bit of the internal operations, as you know better than I do, to move to strategically focus on overseeing a whole tourism system. This is important because people expect this. People expect to see problems solved at the whole level of tourism and not only in one organization. So to build that trust, I think we think also the board and what we call now the Stewardship Council should have that focus strategically. So it means guiding strategy and policy making, monitoring implementation of the strategy at the state level, but also the strategy at the local level. And it also means advocating, maybe even more than ever before, for stewardship. So we think that all council members can support policies or implementation of policies, especially among their own constituencies, and addressing the needs, bringing in what they know, bringing their voice to the table, but also advocating and supporting tourism on the whole. So yes, we would also say that we would like to see more and different and more diverse voices at the table, because tourism in essence is diverse. And as we talk about the negative and positive impacts, you see that it needs to have a wider scope, but also a wider collaboration. So that's why we would add a few more people or profiles, let's say, from the nonprofit sector, but also from the legislators, because we believe that the lack of support or trust from legislators, and even also their understanding of tourism, how it works and what it needs, can be improved by just involving them and inviting them to the table. We also believe that a horizontal collaboration is very necessary. And so to involve people from other state agencies or departments and to really be involved in tourism and try to find solutions, that they should also be there. So we look at non-voting ex officio members. That could be the CEO, but not necessarily, maybe the director of different departments. And of course, the stewardship liaison, as Kathy already mentioned. We also think that it's super important to see the people from the islands at the table. We call it vertical collaboration. So we have both horizontal collaboration and vertical collaborations. And we would suggest to use the chair of the Destination Stewardship Council at the local level to be part of the Stewardship Council at the state level. And here you'll see that we actually propose to have a mirror or a local counterpart, if you wish, a mirrored organization with the same kind of representation of other people around the table, but then at the island level. We also speak here of island, not of council, so we really thought it through very well. And we have heard that the DMAPs have been very successful in the past. There is a new round coming up, as Daniel just mentioned, and we would recommend to empower them. We would empower them with assigning resources to these DMAP processes. We would suggest that every DSO has a stewardship manager. We would recommend an ongoing guidance from councils at both the state and the local level for this DMAP, so that there's really guidance and follow-up of these strategies. Of course, there was in the past of a steering committee, but we would recommend to really have a permanent island stewardship council that is really dedicated to this process. And we would also empower them with preferably a multi-year grant or contract, as it is nowadays, to implement top priorities identified locally in an annual plan that is again followed up at the state level, in the Stewardship Council at the state level, where the chairs of the Stewardship Council of the islands are represented, so that it goes hand in hand and it follows up very smoothly. Over to you, Kathy.
Thank you, Elka. And just to underscore that, this shifts the responsibility for implementing the DMAPs from the HTA to the island councils. So the idea is to create that empowerment at the local level and also place responsibility at the local level to implement these DMAPs in accordance with guidelines that the DSO would set. But again, this creates that system of shared responsibility that we think is integral to the idea of destination stewardship. Over to you, Frank, to talk about the organizational structure.
Good morning, everybody. Stewardship, what does that mean actually? And Kathy gave you a very eloquent and thorough definition. The way I always remember it and talk to the clients and the students is a definition of WTTC and the Travel Foundation and UNWTO. They work together on a big paper about stewardship. And there is one thing they say, what is the difference between destination management, something HTA already onboarded on, and stewardship? The big difference is they say, actually stewardship is destination co-management. So from the outside, it's not going to be very spectacular, all the differences, but from the inside, you can't do it with an easy fix. It's quite radical. What changes are the processes. Now, one of the asked and requirements in the RFP was give us an organizational chart or recommendations. The only true intellectual answer is we can't. Why can't you do that? Because that's the outcome of a process in which you're going to define all the processes needed. That takes you months and months. What we can do is, of course, give you a sort of idealized version of what a company could look like that is a stewardship company. So we need to do one step back and say, okay, processes. What are the processes in a stewardship organization? And on the top here, top level, you see two words, develop and communicate. Develop experience and communicate experiences. And that is very important. We heard a lot of times on the islands with stakeholders and interviews, they should stop promoting Hawaii. They should stop marketing Hawaii. No, that is not the case. And I challenge you to see in the situation analysis all the examples. Those destinations, those places that really onboarded in stewardship are probably fantastic communicators. From Ireland, Iceland till New Zealand, all these places excel in communicating, but the messaging changes, the tone of voice changes, and the target groups changes as well. And also they communicate in the meantime also to their residents. That's a first. What you need to see is this is the flow. I can't give you all the process. This is the flow of the major process. So what counts here is the direction. Of course, you start with policy, of course, your values and your brand. And then comes strategy. That's the first process that really need to reinforce in stewardship. All your plans should go through the same lens of the same long-term strategy. So you need more people for strategy in any case, because strategy is not only writing plans, it's also implementation and following up. It's monitoring all your data, bring it together in your strategic framework, adjusting things, and so on. So that's how you create your dashboard. After your strategy, you need to develop. That comes first. You need to develop your tourism products, your experiences, both beneficial for residents and visitors, your place and your place making that you can do together with people on the islands. Markets and how you're going to redefine markets. And there are already attempts, the Mindful Hawaiian Traveler and so on. Maybe you should even have a deeper dive and really go away from psychographic, go into niches, business, and how setting up your industry to have a thriving business in tourism. Community is extremely important. Everything you need to do in stewardship should be beneficial for both residents and visitors. Infrastructure and investing in infrastructure and reevaluating infrastructure. And last but not least, capacity and managing capacity. And then you can start telling your messaging. And process-wise, marketing looks like this. Listening, right? Getting to know your people. Listen what lives among your potential visitors. facilitating the conversation, because we live in a word of mouth world, and then telling. Telling could be social, could be online, could be campaigns, could be word of mouth. Then you create value. In the first place, financial value, right? There is nothing wrong with bringing money to your place. But also now it's combined with social value. As long as residents push back to tourism, you will have a problem in symbolic value. If your symbolic value goes down, means your brand is less attractive, means you might have a dire situation over time. Last but least, there is a chance to also build intellectual capital if you are the first state in the USA that really says radical, we go for stewardship. Then you're gonna collect all these results, monitoring, and bring them back. Last but not least, you see also contributor and stakeholders. They have their input and their value in bringing in the processes in the three first parts. Next slide, please, Kathy. So this is actually a hybrid between an organizational chart and a governance chart, right? Kathy also already explained you about the stewardship liaison, about the island destination stewardship councils, and of course the Hawaii Destination Stewardship Council, like Elke explained. We think normally in stewardship, and that's also recommendations from research, you should have a circular organizational chart, because it's a radical way to collaborate, co-create, and co-manage with everybody, from your residents on the island till your policy and your legislature, with your industry, with your visitors, and so on. We have also given you a description of roles, and I can't give them all. First of all, and that's counterintuitive to many people, a role is not a job. A role is not a title. A role is not a payment grade or a director or a chief. A role can be done by 5 people, and 5 people can do one role. And that's what we describe in the entire document in a thorough way. I want to highlight 2-3 roles here. First, your president and your CEO, and I really think you need to set up your CEO for success. That means if you really want to have a very strong personality there, it should be somebody who is entitled to do the hiring of the people that work for your organization. The second role I want to highlight here is your deputy CEO or even a chief strategy officer. Why are we doing this? Because what we have learned the hard way by working with a lot of destinations all over the globe is, if you want to be successful in this, you need to create in your company alignment between everything you develop and everything you promote. What you develop should be promoted, but what you promote should be developed well. How can you institutionalize that? By letting them respond to a chief strategy officer that knows your strategy and looks through everything through a strategic lens. That is very crucial. Otherwise, what will happen is a siloed way of working. The brand guys are doing this and the development guys are doing something else. And you can't afford in stewardship that you are not internally aligned. Stewardship managers, used to be called destination managers, should become in-house, also like your researchers, because like I said before, research is not only doing research into markets, but also collecting the data of everything that is happening. So they need to work as close with your business as possible. And of course, a last process that needs to, a cluster of processes that needs to be reinforced is information, call it advocacy, communication. But one person to do all that, it's not going to fly in a stewardship organization, because there are so many processes of unfolding, reaching out. So you need to reinforce that as well. Of course, we still have operations together with your advocacy and information. They need to serve and facilitate the entire company. So this is a very flat structure that we show, right? I hope you have seen that. Next slide, yes. So the Blue Ribbon Commission. A Blue Ribbon Commission is typically a group of experts or exceptional people of your state that are appointed to investigate, study, or analyze a series of important questions that we raise in this document. Normally, if you work as a consultant, there is another round. You can test your findings again with the same people you have been interviewing, you have been doing workshops with. There is no time for that. It was a very short deadline. So that is the first task. But there is something else. For instance, there's a huge list of tasks that we included, and we distinguished between absolutely necessary tasks and additional ones. One of these tasks could be the kuleana of such an organization. We're giving you an entire chart looking at, as an example, to the statutes of HTA and said, if you are a stewardship organization, you need to shift a few things from the shall to the may and vice versa. So it's worth looking into that. And again, some people might say, oh, this is outlandish, but believe me, a minimum of 2 years to implement that is not a luxury if you want to do it good and thorough. Who is going to lead that Blue Ribbon Commission? That would be the White Raven, right? That should be somebody who is unbiased, somebody who really understands economy in Hawaii, but also somebody at least has a knowledge of stewardship or is open to it as well. Okay, next slide. And the last one. If you, and this is really the last one of our presentation, if you would ask us, and I can speak in behalf of the team, wrap up the entire study in one word, it would come down to trust. You need to build trust, because trust is not the oil of a stewardship organization, it's the motor, right? That's what a steward organization stands for. Business, marketing, all these things have been invented in the United States, 50, 60. We still teach them at university. Peter Drucker, one of the most known, said, culture eats strategy for breakfast. You can't do anything. You can hire the best people. You can have the best funding. If your culture sucks, sorry, my language, it's not gonna work. And this is a very important role for the CEO, for the council, right? Because you need to build in these 2 years that trust, you need to build that cultural change, starting with define the desired culture. Stewardship comes with a certain engagement and certain processes as well. I'll give you one example. If somebody goes to talk to the islands, everybody else in the company should know that somebody has talked with that. Otherwise, you have 3 people in 3 days in a row and they don't know about each other. Leadership commitment inside the company, in the council, and outside. Involve all employees and create an inclusive process. This is not about DEI only and diversity. This is also about empowerment and communication flows that needs to be set up. Establish roles. Oops, there we go. And yeah, sorry, I lost my slide. Okay, mic drop. I leave it over to you, Kathy.
Thank you, Frank. Can you tell that Frank and Elke both teach at University of Antwerp? They're lovely speakers both. And I do want to acknowledge Jason Economo too. Jason, as I said, is a private attorney. And so Jason brought a careful eye to the statutory language that we developed and also reviewed the recommendations for the legislature as well. So Jason, thank you very much for those contributions on top of all the other contributions from Carrie Kaboy. All right, let me just wrap up. As we shared this with the PIG, there was a lot of wonderment about just how realistic some of these recommendations were. And we saw it as our charge to bring you the best thinking we could, based on global best practices, based on what we thought had the greatest likelihood of changing the dynamic here in Hawaii into productive new directions, as Frank referenced, to building trust, to restoring the standing of your tourism economy with your stakeholders, with your industry, with your visitors. And we see this as a very productive path, and we recognize this is very different from the path you've been on. But we believe that this is a path that can truly change things in a very positive direction for Hawaii. So we turn this over to you now for further consideration, to the PIG for further consideration, and for your questions now.
Members, questions? Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm going to turn it over to members' questions, but I just want to say at the outset, from my feeling, the worst thing to do is to put a study that's a lot of time has been put into it, a lot of effort, and to let it sit on a shelf somewhere. It's my intention as a chair is to work collaboratively with our board, first with the PIG committee, because they do have another meeting, to identify exactly what this strategy should look like for follow-up and follow-through from the HTA. So I want to thank you at the outset and your team for working with us. And I think we kept to our word. We did not try to insert ourselves into the process to direct the study. I purposely, as chair, kept the business with the PIG committee. I was often the last person to be informed, and that's okay, because we had a process. So I think that I just want to commend you at the outset before now we ascertain some questions from our members. I saw Member Tokio's hand go up first.
Yeah, thank you, Kathy, and your team for all of the hard work that you put into this. I know in the beginning you said you were reaching out to community members. I think you interviewed board members as well. But how many people did you and your team interview? And it's just from a standpoint of the types of involvement. You talked about culture, but community involvement, members in the community. Can you just give a brief overview of how you did what you did?
Sure. So this was a role that Carrie Kapoy played in her team. They developed the stakeholder list for us. We submitted that list to the HTA to review, to make certain that we weren't missing any major groups of people. The interviewees included many people in this room, including all of the HTA staff. Frank personally interviewed all of the HTA staff. We split up the board members. We interviewed several board members, including yourself. We also interviewed several legislators, many members of the tourism industry. And then we did follow-up interviews with several people who ended up attending the co-creation labs or the ideation sessions, people who raised points, talked to all of the economic development directors on the counties, most of the county chairs or mayors, several county officials, the island chapter executives, the destination managers, many of the vendors in this room. So there literally were 69 people that we touched base with in a very, meaningful way with promises of confidentiality. So you didn't hear me today quote anyone in particular because we wanted everyone to feel free to speak their mind and share an honest perspective, because the HTA said from the outset, this exercise was about building trust, and we wanted to make certain we were creating an atmosphere of trust to talk sincerely.
Okay. And so your involvement after this, I'm sure it's not like you're going to do the presentation and then you guys are gone, or is that the situation?
Yes, our contract ends as of Sunday.
Oh, okay.
And so we've actually submitted our final deliverable.
Okay, because what you presented today is a lot, and like you said in the presentation, it's going to probably take a 2-year process. And I'm not sure how many members read this before today, but this is not like a heart valve change or a stent or anything like this. Is a transplant.
This is what?
It's not a heart valve or stent process. This is a heart replacement. It's a heart replacement process.
Heart
It's
replacement, okay.
this is a whole new HTA.
Yes.
So I would ask, has the discussions like from the legislature talked about the overhaul? Because and the only reason I say specifically talk about the legislature is because they are the bank. And we have been reminded of that on occasions, which is true. They fund this organization. So it's important that they have they have input to what we do. So was any of this shared from them to you? And we don't have to talk about names, but
yeah, questions were asked. We had I personally conducted about 40 of those interviews. Yeah. I had a list of questions that I often would work from. I believe I asked the legislatures, I believe I asked all of them about the nonprofit option, about a cabinet level option, which was another one we were exploring. Also in other options. Also asked them what they saw as the role of the Hawaii Tourism Authority and what they saw as room for improvement. So those were, so they did understand, you know, where thoughts were going, and we had a chance to hear from them about various things, including funding mechanisms, exemptions, that sort of thing. So we asked fairly direct questions, and those of you who were interviewed, I hope you've had the same experience. You were one of my first interviews, Director Tokioka, so probably hadn't quite refined my whole approach, but I think we covered a lot of ground with Dane Wicker as well in the room about your thoughts.
okay, so as Member Miyasato said, I mean, a lot of this wasn't secret or not known to us, but you know, to achieve, and I, you know, I think, you know, if we keep trying to do things the same way we've done it for over and over again, we're not going to achieve a different result. So I would ask the chair, so the process going forward, how do we try to implement this? How do we try to, because I'm almost certain that not everybody on this board is going to say, okay, this is it, let's go. I don't think that's going to happen, but I think there's a lot of great suggestions that you have in here from the input of the 69 people that you talked about. So Chair, I don't know what your plan is as far as how we move the needle now from the current to moving forward. And I know it's early because we just saw this.
I'd like to intervene though. Because this is not, all this information gets turned back to the PIG. The PIG will then make these recommendations going forward. We can't discuss right now at this point, but that would be the process. And they could recommend what we want to do with this report going forward.
So let me add to that. Yeah, it was always my intention to have the PIG committee make the recommendation to our board on what they feel of this report. Is we would basically look at it as a low-hanging fruit, and then there's a high-hanging fruit, as I've always tried to term these type of solutions. So that's the process right now. They have another meeting that's scheduled before coming back to the board at our next month's meeting.
Yeah, thank you.
And I'm sorry, one last, so they would make a report, and at that point, the board can then decide on final steps going forward, what the full board wants to do, and to guide us as staff going forward.
I'm going to have Member McCulley say what some of the things that he recommended in our discussion, but Jimmy, just to share what are your questions. When, for example, and I'm just going to speak on Kauai, when we knew Kathy was coming for the session, I knew that there would be very important people that needed to be there. So what we did is we implemented who should be in that session. And for example, and I'm just going to name them, one of them was Fred Atkins. One of them was the Department of Economic Development representative from the county, right? Not your department, but I mean the county. We also had the representative of the Visitors Bureau who handles the DMAP. Now they were not really originally engaged in wanting to come, called Jackie Kaina. Told her, you know, Jackie, you got to come here, what Kathy and them are asking. So we had a good group, of course, Sukano, in that room. She's probably watching us, but we had a good group in that room that could give a balanced opinion. And no, I was in the room, but in that capacity, all I did was help bring people to the room. Now, the other thing that happened on the island of Maui, as you know, I was in the hotel business and my career was mostly on Maui. I called several people, and one of them is Kai Palaio, who ran the Grand Wailea and worked here for many years. And I asked him to be at that ideation session to give the opinions of what's happening on Maui, and he brought people there. So it offered her a good balance of hotel people, people who left the hotel industry, went into another industry, and was able to provide really good information for her. So that was where we assisted in getting the right people in the room, and then letting them share what they want to do, say what they want to do. Elke came with Kathy to Kauai. I don't know who went to the other islands. I only know Kauai. But basically, we had a good, was it 2 hours, Kathy? They were there about 2 hours.
Yes.
KCC at our college. And we were able to really have some good discussions. So I just wanted you to know how the process went when they came to our island. And then she had other meetings with regard to people that were there. And, you know, again, I wanted it to just be what they want to do. So I'm going to have Jim share with the answers.
So if I can just say, I mean, thank you for the clarity, Steph. And, you know, you guys did a great job, Kathy, and it showed in the report. So thank you.
Thanks for that, Steph. Jimmy, let's see. There's an old adage, be careful what you wish for. So when this governance study, first I heard of it was something that Repo Nishi was mooting a few years ago. And he was grappling, as the legislature did at that time, with the reality of the current HTA and what they wanted out of a future HTA. So governance study was always stymied and never affected. And I brought up early in my tenure here the subject matter as an internal process rather than foisted upon us or applied upon us by the legislature. And here we are today with the report. When it was first brought to the governance committee, I, like most people, when presented with something like this, kind of choked on it because it's big, as Jimmy identified it. And what I'd like to suggest is that we don't think of this as an expert coming in from the University of Paris or Antwerp, as it were. Oh, by the way, sympathy to the Belgians at the Euro. So the reality, though, is that this is more of a therapy. This is deep psychotherapy. The superego, we know who they are, but they went into our id. And what I mean by that is everything in this report we know already. And we know who we are as a state and as an authority. And what this therapist did is brought it to us in a clear and concise fashion. And it's not too big for us to cope with this change. It's something that we're compelled to do. It's our kuleana. So what I'd like to do is suggest to this board that the governance committee, the PIG rather, will discuss this at length and come with, I think, will be a reasonable proposal. And it's not going to be an immediate process to get to that Blue Ribbon Commission or any of these next steps. There's going to be more analysis required because presentation is everything. And so we need to take this study and utilize it to its best effect. So I'd like to thank Kathy and her team, and I hope that this is not aloha goodbye as it is with our members leaving the board. You know, I hope that you and Frank and Elke and the team will all be part of our futures as well. So with that, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Makali.
Yeah.
Member Miyasato.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief because I know, thanks. Based on what he just said, this will be passed back to the PIG. But I do want to make a couple of observations really quickly. Whenever you do these kind of studies, and I'll just use the airports as an example, sometimes it tends to slow things down in the short term, or in many respects, paralyzes any kind of progress you're making in the short term. So I'm glad that it was clarified that this is, 2 years, and then maybe if you multiply it by Hawaii, that's 4. I mean, it's going to be a long process, and so I think we should recognize that, and it's just reality. But I just don't want us to stop what we're doing now. A lot of conversations about a CEO or brand person. The reality is we've got to act like we exist, right? And so it's just a commentary on that. Then the other thing I just wanted to clarify with you, I know I've been vocal during some of these sessions about this. There's no surprises in the study. I mean that as a compliment. I really do, because for me, it's just personally validates sort of what I've noticed. And it's super, super helpful. And so I was trying to compliment you in this. And then the last thing is the HTA, Hawaii Tourism Authority, was a shining example of an organization that worked. And you pointed out in your presentation that there are parts of the world that actually emulated or utilize some of what we were doing. So I just don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Why did it work? And what changed? I think we still need some conversation around that. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Chair.
Yes, Member Mahina.
Thank you. Thank you. So just 2 comments. First, I want to recognize, acknowledge Senator Lindy Coit, who has been online. As we all know, she is the chair of the Energy, Economic Development, and Tourism Committee, Senate Committee. And thank you for her participation, her listening in, and to her colleagues as well for advocating for this governance study. The second is I made comments. So fellow board members, if you have, as you have questions and comments and suggestions, please run it up to email Daniel, CCS. We will organize as a governance study pig and have robust conversation. And also members of the public who might be listening on currently or will be listening to the recording. If you have questions, comments, suggestions, please email that as well to our HTA staff, and they will forward it on to our governance committee. Although we have not fully concluded this process, meaning putting forth the recommendations, it doesn't preclude us from starting to integrate the conversations as has been recommended via this study. So with that, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Arakawa?
Yeah, thank you. And I agree with Chair Hanneman about the low-hanging fruit, high-hanging fruit, but there is also some fruit in this study deliverable too. And like many of us said, there are no surprises. The things in this study we knew were issues for us. So my question to you, I know we're not supposed to talk about what's going forward, but my question to you, Kathy, is should we start on these known things? And Mahina just mentioned, going forward, working on things. Should we start working on these things that were identified in deliverable 2 that have become issues or frankly problems that will help us restore trust, because we are 6 months away from the legislative session, right? So should we start working on it now, or should we just wait until after we hire a new CEO and then start working on those issues, right? So, that's just a question, your advice based on this study, because I'm not saying hold up and stop everything. What I'm saying is, should we work on both things together?
I think what we heard outlined here today was a thoughtful, excuse me. I think what we heard outlined here today was a thoughtful approach to considering all of the recommendations, the entirety of the study, and then making a deliberate decision to move ahead. So that seemed like a very solid path forward to me.
Yeah. As an outgoing member and then person that's going to be in the general pop in a few days, I just reminiscing back to when I first started in that big room upstairs, and everything was thrust upon middle of COVID, I feel as if, I think it was 4 years, maybe around there. I feel as if I was holding my breath for all that time and I just got some oxygen. And that's how it feels, because so much of in here seems common sense to me. And throughout this tenure, there's been, it feels like I've been holding my breath. And it's ironic that today, even though it may or may not happen or may take 6 to 10 years or whatever, that at least this is here. And I think it's all about perspective. For some people, they said this is a big bite or heart transplants or whatever. For me, it seemed, yeah, why not? Like that's just my perspective. And I think it's important that everybody, acknowledges their own perspective. But I wasn't even prepared to see what was here today, even though I knew that the governance study was out there and I knew so it was a pleasant surprise for me. I really hope that some or all of it gets done while I'm not part of the board, but I will be watching and observing with a mindful eye. So thank you for letting me speak one last time.
Oh, you're using the term a mindful person as well, right? We want a mindful traveler. Now we got a mindful board member.
Right.
Member Iona.
Is there anybody else that wanted? Mike, if not, I'm
looking up.
gonna wrap this thing up. Yeah. Anybody? Okay, if I could just share. I waited for the end to share what I wanted to say to all of you, because when I first started here, your predecessor, I asked, what is the authority? What do they do? Dylan, you shared today, friends really don't know, right? So what we have to understand, Member McCulley and Member Arcao, who's part of our committee, said what we know because we sit here. This isn't a surprise, but I can guarantee you that if we're building trust, we needed to hear it from the people. And that lady and that team helped us hear it from the people and substantiated, validated everything that we say we know. But what we know and what we wanted to hear from them is now what we know we're doing the right thing, right? So that's one. Two is the conference last year out in our hallways, we were told, don't market. We don't need to market. Everybody knows. Everybody didn't come to Hawaii. What do we need all this money for? Why doing this? Why? They just told us why. Frank told us why. Not us, right? So we have somebody, valuable people who have done these studies, who work with tourism authorities across the United States and probably Europe, saying to us, don't stop marketing. They validated what we were saying on that stage. We also found out that this man was not the chair at the time that this governance study was required by us to do by the legislature before we all were told whether we were going to exist or not. And with the good work that the PR department, Carolyn, Kalani, all of them have done under the leadership of this chair and of course you, Blaine, and all that you've done, we're leading in the right direction. We're not there yet, we know it, but we're leading in the right direction. I mean, yesterday when I was watching the news and I saw what you're doing, I thought, wow, and then FESPAC and you name it, Hoy on the Hill. But why was this important? It validated the hard work of this team that we're saying when we were told, you know what you're doing, can't trust it, get rid of them, let's get somebody else in the picture. We had to get somebody else to say, this is a good thing. Tourism is the most important entity of economy in the state. So what we represent it, but we're weak. We're not getting the right message out. We're not doing this and all that. But they're saying this is a path. We know it's not the end result. It's the great work that all of the people are doing, but we're learning every day. Isaac, when we had one of our meetings, shared with us that all the things that were brought up, because he is part of the review might not ever happen. And I'm sure some of it won't. But it's the PIG committee's job to go back and do what Member McCully said, which is a SWOT analysis of this report and how we can recommend it. But if there's anything, Dylan, you can be proud of, is that all that you have learned here, and I have learned here in the last 2 years, is now substantiated by John Q. Public telling us that you might know it. They said they didn't know it. And that's who we report to, the taxpayers. Yeah. So if the taxpayers are saying, tell us our story, what is HTA's story? So we need to come up with a better story, right? We're doing it every day with all the great work we're doing. Tourism messaging is out there. And I'll tell you, again, Jimmy, I'm going back to Kauai and because I can relate to it. We had a bond dance. Tourism Authority donated, had the grant. All those people there know that the Tourism Authority did it because I put up the banner last year. This year, I didn't. And I wanted to see the reaction. And I got people asking me, where's the banner? And I told them that I didn't feel it was right in the spirit of what the bond dance was about. I didn't put up our banner as Kekaha Ag, and I didn't put up the Tourism Authority banner. But trust me, it was mentioned at least 5 times through the 2 days about what tourism did. And then we had a shuttle of people and we actually monitored how many left the Friday night art night and went into the bond dance. Small little thing, big thing for us. 10,000 people attended those 2 days. It's the largest bond dance in Kauai. And out of that, more than 35% were tourists. So are we doing the right thing every day, little bit, what you did yesterday on the news? So please understand, it's not something we don't know, but we needed to hear it from you. And that's why this was important. And thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Frank, Elke, for all that you did. Very, very grateful on behalf of the PIG committee for everything. And I hope as well that we'll be seeing you again. Thank you. That's my speech.
And if I may share one final thank you, I thanked the PIG members. Let me also thank Daniel and Sunny Lasconia. And I do want to reemphasize that Daniel led with a steady hand, but he was he shared a high degree of integrity around not influencing or directing the outcomes of this study. So Daniel, thank you for that. Thank you for the freedom to do this study in the way that we believed we were authorized to do. So thank you all.
So in the spirit of the bond dance, da, 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 we are going to take a short 15-minute recess.
And if presenter for item number 10, is it deck up? Okay, cool. Yep. So get the deck up, yeah.
Yeah. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Aloha again, everyone. We will bring our meeting back to order. We now move to agenda item number 10, Branding Standing Committee report and update. Chair Miyasato.
Mahalo. I'm just going to take a couple of minutes and just sort of update everybody on the latest relative to the Brand Standing Committee. We're trying to level set how the committee operates in terms of recommendations for the full board, ensuring that we don't fall out of step from a conceptual perspective about what we're trying to achieve. So what I'll share with you isn't set in stone. It's just a process we're trying to work out. And then we'll get into the reports here in a minute. So as it relates to the budget, I think we're all in agreement that the way the process should work is, and it's amazing how it's going to dovetail a little bit with the previous presentation, but at least in my experience, you normally come up with the message or the value set for the brand, and then that drives a strategy, and then that strategy drives a plan, and then the plan drives the budget. Not the opposite way around, where you're trying to fit in your plans and your strategy because the budget has been set for you. Now that implies that we start very, very early with that plan. And so that conversation is taking place through the Brand Standing Committee to prepare for the 26 budget. 25 is already done and locked. And so this is a forward-looking exercise relative to the branding process. I think that's going to be really helpful to our partners because in, I don't know, the 8 months, 9 months I've been on the board, we've changed strategy. And I think there's a lot of questions around how we did that, how that was accomplished. I'm not suggesting it wasn't the right thing to do. We had to pivot, we had to evolve. But to give sanity to, I think, our partners, we need to have a plan. Actually, what is the brand value set? What is the message? Drives the strategy, goes to the plan, and then the budget. And then once that's all locked down, that we don't, it's got to be really good reasons to pivot and change. So that's the plan for the Branding Standing Committee in terms of, our goals and how we're going to organize ourselves. Related to that is discretionary funds, or I guess commonly known as marketing opportunity funds. In any kind of brand plan, you've got to have the ability with some resources to pivot. Because if we commit to locking it down for 2 years, let's say for the biennial budget, then what we have to do is have some flexibility, to move things around that we don't currently exist. I don't know if you guys are aware of this. I think the budget committee will share at some point here shortly that, we're subject to program IDs, which makes it really hard to move funds and resources around. So so if that is going to be the case going forward, I think we've got to, put a lot of thought into the discretionary marketing opportunity fund. People call it a slush fund, but within the world of marketing and branding, you've got to have resources that you can allocate given market conditions, and that's how it works. We'll do the wash up on whether allocating those funds worked or not after the fact, but we've got to have that bucket. It's really, really important. Getting back to the message and the brand values, one of the things we are talking about within the brand standing committee completely relates, I think, to the so I'm gonna go back in history a little bit. So I've been with Hawaiian Airlines almost 40 years. When I first started, HAL stood for Hawaiian Always Late. You know, we would take our uniforms off, not tell people where we worked. It sounds a lot like, you know, I come into the HTA and it sounds a lot like that. Like, you know, people say condolences for being on the HTA, you know, Hawaii tourism afterthought, as someone coined the phrase. And so, you know, it occurs to me that there's some similarities here. You know, a lot of hard work went into rebuilding the brand for Hawaiian Airlines, as an example. And if I take that experience and look at the Hawaii Tourism Authority, you know, at one time we were a shining example of how this can work. And I think we can get there again, you know, so that when people hear HTA, they hear Hawaii Tourism Authority. And that's the brand building exercise, which I think is right in line with our, you know, the committee, the brand standing committee. And related to that then is sort of as a board, focusing on the brand and vetting everything we do against the brand. Like, I don't know if you share this view, but my belief is as we sit on the board, each of us has a fiduciary, contractual, moral, responsibility to this institution. You know, and the only way we're going to survive is as a brand is if we all focus in that way. And so to me, this is not esoteric. This is actually for us to be successful, we've got to, our allegiance has to be to this institution. It has to be. Otherwise, you know, we're doomed to failure. So that's my commentary from a brand perspective, one person. But I just kind of wanted to level set how we're going to approach the brand standing committee. It's not just the mechanics of it. It's also the value set that the Hawaii Tourism Authority will behave in with, and then that will build the brand externally. So with that, to you, Daniel, or Jay? To Jay. I'll turn it over to Jay. This is the work that's coming up.
So these presentations were done in the brand standing committee, but we felt it's important to present across the full board and also the general public. It ties in line of some of our pivots and where we're going forward.
Mahalo. Appreciate the opportunity and to share the new campaign direction for the brand moving forward, the people to place, the Hawaiian Islands. I think one thing that we'd like to start with is the process involved a lot of people around the table here today, a lot of people in different organizations in the industry, different groups were pulled in together through the brand standing committee from HTA, from the HVCB brand committees and boards, from our chair of our brand committee. We were provided a lot of education and information and perspectives. And then we also looked at data on how the tourism industry is doing and how the situation had evolved. So coming out of COVID, we were with the campaign of Malama Hawaiʻi. And that was a reflection of the times, both with our residents and with our visitors. And as I've shared in previous presentations, somewhat surprisingly effective, even with those people who are just looking to come here and sit on the beach or sit on the poolside. So they all saw the depth of our culture as being beneficial to them as individuals, maybe just for half a day as a Malama activity, but for understanding that and for selecting this destination. So we looked at that and then we started looking at the data and we saw things were changing. Things certainly changed with our resident population and kind of the over-tourism situation that ran through 2019 pre-COVID was kind of a runaway horse globally. And our residents, you know, had both sides of the coin of COVID, the horrible effects on so many people in our population, but then also a look at how things could be with fewer visitors in the destination. So that balance needed to be addressed as we looked at the campaign and as we look at who we're inviting back and how we're inviting them back. And so again, working with staff at HTA, with our island chapters and with the brand standing committee meetings, the hone in was on the Mindful Hawaii Target Traveler, looking at people who vacation in a way that shows they can afford a vacation to Hawaii, but also that they are people who respect the culture and perpetuating the culture of the places they visit and actually gain from experiences with people of the culture who represent the culture, and also that they care about the environment of the places they visit. And they want to make sure that they're not those over-tourism people that were bouncing all over the globe pre-COVID. So we went across 4 islands and took a crew with us and got a lot of still images. These are images that we grabbed, and you can see right away there's a bit of a difference from where we were with the Malama Hawaii campaign. It's a little brighter, a little more open, a little friendlier, a little more invitation to visit. And we'll talk a little bit more about some other subtle differences as well. But we also looked at the regenerative tourism model that HTA has really put in as part of our brand, and who we represent and how we want to be represented. And so we have the ag industry, we have the chefs, we have the designers, the culturalists, the musicians, the lay makers, looking to see how we can spread the benefit of tourism to a broader part of our community. I'm going to go into a few spots here. Generally, what we do is we shoot a short film, about 3 minutes, with each of our ambassadors, amazing people. And then we cut them down based on where the media is going to run, whether it's a 5, 15, 30, et cetera. So you'll have a couple 30s, a 15, and a 3-minute to view here.
My grandma, she had an understanding that there is an amazing amount of intellect and insight in Hawaiian knowledge. What we have today is a flourishing scene of Native Hawaiian-owned businesses. We're taking the local practice and we're innovating upon that. If you can connect yourself to the Hawaiian perspective, you have the opportunity to learn what it's been like to be a part of this paradise for generations.
I love receiving a lei. The making of lei, the preparing the flowers, it's all part of our history and our culture. You're putting your love, your mana, your energy into it. It is a symbol of how we share our love with one another. Take a lei making class, go down to Chinatown and buy a lei. It just makes me feel like home.
So the people are in front, but what we've learned in the past, the natural beauty, kind of the wide open spaces, all of that is still in the backdrop. It's all being communicated without being explicit, but it's there as part of the messaging.
Is still the beautiful destination that it's always been. Come with an open heart. If you go a little bit below the surface, it's the culture and the people that make the islands.
When people get animals, I would like them to ask the question, why do I feel this way when I hear what you say? Even if I don't understand what is being said. Our spoken language was on the brink of extinction because it was outlawed. It was the singers who kept the language alive. I grew up in Honolulu, Kauai. I love to come home because I get to have these short but meaningful times with the family. One of the ways we connect to our land is through music. Mele is about the words because we don't need musical accompaniment to make a song. Mele is the vessel that holds the brilliance of our ancestors. It shows us the way. The music within our church, Keako Mormon Church, came from the soul. The church was built on the foundation of common language. We use Mele as a tool to help us in our language revitalization. When the singers sing with all their might, you know that it's powerful. My mother is Lady Ipo Kakumai. She was part of the Hawaiian Music Renaissance era. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have the continuation of Hawaiian music. I know. If I'm going to perform, it's because I have something to tell you. It's the way we continue the emphasis of our place. I would love for our visitors to take music with them that reminds them of a certain place, of a certain experience they've had in Hawaii, and know that there's much more to enjoy. If my daughter come here to the mix now, we can show our ways to be part of continuing our legacy of Hawaiian music. The goal is joy. The goal is connection. Not everybody sings, but everybody can learn the words.
So we deliver those different media apertures, and we understand people don't make a decision to come to Hawaii based on one video. It's a process they go through. So we're kind of upper funnel where we start to get them to think about Hawaii in a different way, an experience they can have here that they may not be thinking of because they're thinking of Asia, they're thinking of Japan, they're thinking of Portugal, they're thinking of Spain, they're thinking of England, they're thinking of all these other places that are on sale right now relative to the US, and we're not. And so we need to get them kind of with the heart and soul, and then get them on the path where they start looking deeper. The 3-minute formats live on YouTube, where people who've started down that path go and get a little more depth of the content. Then we drive them to the website where they can start looking at different options, different islands, different sides of the islands, different lodging, different activities, that sort of thing. So it's all working as part of the process. We started mid-May launching these videos, May 13th, and now they're all out in play. We're running hard through the end of this month. And then next month, the social media really picks up. I'll show you a few examples next. And then generally we take August off, but this year we're going to be in August with the videos as well, just because of what we're seeing with the data and softness. So a little change in what we're doing that way, but we see a market need for it. The social media assets are coming up. These are just some of the still shots we've taken. We've got about 250 across the state from this shoot that are in the knowledge bank. So we're meeting with industry partners, letting them know they're up on the knowledge bank. So what we can do with our budget is helpful, but if we can get everyone on the same path, on the same campaign, then they amplify what the state funding is doing with the private funds, and it really helps push things forward in the same direction. So we're meeting with them already to talk about how they can integrate this into their messaging. And then Leigh Fields, sitting next to me, is going to share some other examples of how that's happening in a minute. But she's ready. Or like, social media posts, social media is a very interesting phenomenon. It's a different way of communicating with people. It's, again, more person to person. People, if we look at the data, trust social media. People like them more than the news, more than politicians, more than businesses, more than organizations. And so fortunately, we have amazing people who are working with us, inviting visitors here. Meliana Estes is one of them. No, I see what you mean, Kathy, the slow change on slides. Kainani is also an amazing human being, and you saw her initiative and kind of what her values are in the video. But we talked about that. Imagine walking down the street in Kauai one evening as a visitor and hearing her playing music in this small little venue, a music shop, and walking in on that. You'd have an experience that you would take back with you and share with all of your friends and family. Again, another way to amplify the marketing budget. Everyone loves food. And so travelers and social media, it's a high percentage of that content is about food. And so Chef Kyle, an amazing human being, he has a tip jar that has donated over $1 million to the people of Maui. It started pre-wildfire. And so he has always had a kuleana for the ohana he has across Maui, and he lives it. But he also knows where to go for good food. And so he's sharing some of his favorite spots, as well as beaches and destinations. And of course, you know, we work with our island chapters, HTA staff, and make sure that everything is able to manage a growth in visitors as we promote that. Kuha'au Zane, I know, an amazing human being, comes from an incredible family on both sides, and really lives the culture and then innovates upon it, as he says. So he's sharing some of his favorite spots, including places to eat, places to escape to, places to enjoy. And on social media, you know, that's what people are looking for. They're looking for insight from their quote unquote friends on social media that they may never ever meet, but they're their friends. And so that sort of influence is important for us. So we take advantage of that. On the travel trade side, again, everything we're doing is within the campaign now. So we're updating the training. In fact, Robin Basso from our team is right now out on the road on educational events. We've got multi-island fam tours scheduled throughout the year. And then consortia, wholesale and industry events. We're able to reach a lot more travel agents, update the positioning for the destination, let them know that they're welcome to invite their visitors here if they're feeling differently, and then update them on all the activities that they can engage in and their guests and their customers can engage in. The marketing tools are all being updated with the campaign, as is the website. And then we have a co-op marketing program in place right now. It's working with the 4 partners you see at the bottom of the screen, with a lot of the hoteliers and activities on island. What we've seen is a click-through rate of 3 times the industry average. So the branding is working. It's about twice our standard. Our standard is higher than industry average on a normal basis, and this is twice that. We're seeing a little bit of drop off on the offers page. So we're talking to our partners about making sure that it's immediately clear that there are values there. You know, some of the values look like an algorithm that you have to crack. So rather than say 20% off this, plus 5% off this, plus free parking, plus this, say it's 4th night free. or, you know, make it so the consumer can understand it. And so industry partners are working with that feedback right now. And as we always do, Jeffrey and I met yesterday with a research firm. So we're talking to some other folks, as well as the folks we've used in the past. We know what we're trying to communicate with the messaging. We all understand it, feel it, but we live here. We're not the audience. So we need to take the messaging out to the audience. We did the strategy beforehand with research, made sense. Now we're going back with the actual product and make sure what we're saying is what they're getting from the messaging. And then our public relations team, Field included, who leads the effort, has got a statewide virtual media blitz scheduled for September. And again, working with the campaign, working with the people and the place to make sure we're promoting in line with our campaign. And I've also done a lot of work on Maui and helping Maui's recovery post-wildfire. So Leigh, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you. I was thinking that went by really fast. Aloha kako. Excited to share with you some of the generated coverage that the team has been able to secure over the past several months. And this is, again, focused on Maui through incremental funding. And wanted to first thank the team over at Anthology and partners for all of their hard work in educating media on the evolution of what's happening on the island throughout all these past few months, and inspiring them to write these stories. So as you saw in the first slide, 100 million impressions and counting, which is impressive. But what we're more focused on is reaching our target audience through high impact media. So publications like Virtuoso Magazine, which targets luxury travel advisors, Travel and Leisure, AFAR, Matador Network. That sub-headline on that AFAR publication really says it all. And all these publications have been so right on with the messaging of now more than ever, Maui needs visitors who tread lightly and compassionately and who support local businesses. So that's really what we've been trying to communicate with these writers. Other publications, Travel Pulse, The Points Guy, our favorite headline here, why there has never been a better time to visit Hawaii, from Forbes, Sunset Magazine, and Fedora's Travel as well. And going back a little bit in time, two big hits for us from the New York Times, two big stories from afar. Good Morning America ran a really nice segment that featured two Maui small businesses. Actually, HTA helped support their travel to New York to participate in Mana Up's pop-up market back in April. And other broadcast segments coming up here, we have a few from Minneapolis. Minnesota is actually a key market for Maui from the central region. And a fantastic story from CBS that ran over 600 times across the continent, reaching over 3 million viewers rather, and again, hitting upon a lot of our key messaging. And we're keeping up that momentum. We just last month met with media out of the Bay Area, one-on-one media representing Travel and Leisure, AFAR, Condé Nast Traveler, the Wall Street Journal. Good news is that Condé Nast Traveler any week now is coming out with a major 10 to 12 page feature in its print edition, solely focused on Maui. So we're looking forward to seeing that. And while we were there, Maui took over wine country for a bit at the Healdsburg Wine and Food Experience in Sonoma, where the goal was to support travel. Oops, I'll get that back up. We're supporting responsible travel back to Maui. That was the main message. We did utilize tourism emergency special funds for this particular program, specifically 1B, which was to support small businesses. So that was much of the focus for the weekend. Just wait a second.
$100 million impressions was too much for the computer to handle.
I'll just share a quick story that happened. So at the Healdsburg Wine and Food Experience, we were setting up our Maui Pavilion, which is the largest space in this entire event. And one of the runners who's helping us get buckets and things that we need for the tent, he shares with us he didn't get a lot of sleep the night before because he was busy painting. What were you painting? He was painting a picture of Pioneer Inn to give to Leanne Wong. She participated in a dinner later that evening. He doesn't know her. He just, he lost his home in the Sonoma wildfires, what was that, 5-6 years ago, and really felt a connection to her and wanted to present that to her. So I know that was a really special moment for her and just sums up a lot of the meaningful interactions we had during those events.
And I think the other thing to talk about is, working across HTA staff, different departments, other funds that allowed us to take the people of Maui with us. You're just kind of describe who was able to go and be represented.
Yeah, we had 15 ambassadors from Maui representing Four Seasons, the Fairmont, Maui Ocean Brewing, Ocean Organic Vodka, and small business owners, Paradise Now Hawaii, which is a small boutique in Wailuku, as well as Hawaii Farm Project. So they were all fantastic partners. We're able to share in their own words, their stories with visitors, potential visitors, media, why it's important to come back to Maui and support the island now more than ever. And they all were really, really appreciative to HTA for that opportunity to support and represent their home.
Yeah, and I think Guy Fieri and Leanne Wong have so much aloha for Maui.
Yeah, we had a fantastic end to the evening and the weekend with a Magnum party where Guy Fieri helped to raise over $75,000 for Maui Strong. And that was through live auctions from our partners at Alaska and Fairmont and Four Seasons and many others. So a very successful, meaningful weekend overall. 28 Maui brands and small businesses featured and promoted at that event. This is just a quick. And finally, just over these past few weeks, we've been working hard, partnering with travel expert Emily Kaufman. She has fantastic relationships with regional TV stations across the continent. Over this past few weeks, we've had segments air in Phoenix, Sacramento, Las Vegas, just over the past few days, Los Angeles and Portland as well. So just in the past few days, our reach has doubled to about 80,000 viewers. And in these segments, Emily's talking about her personal connection to Maui, why it's important to travel back and be respectful and compassionate, but also providing a great call to action. We created a special landing page of Maui travel offers. There's about a dozen or so industry partners who stepped up and created these amazing value add packages. So she drives viewers to that site. So great segments that are driving awareness as well as hopefully conversion.
So that's a quick update on what we've been doing with the branding, and then moving into the small activation in Healdsburg, and are open for any questions.
Can I just add really quickly? Hats off. That campaign is just fantastic, and I think I've shared with you before that, you know, it's a pivot. We sort of went from admonition to invitation, but you did it in such a elegant, creative, subtle way. In my mind, when you tie the people, the place, the Hawaiian Islands, it implies a relationship, and relationships generally have respect attached to them. So to me, it's just a spot on campaign. Hats off to you, Jay.
Mahalo. We had a lot of help, so thanks.
So Jay, I had mentioned this at the brand meeting, and I see Tom here, Lei, and of course Ely and Daniel, but we've got to find a way to get what we're doing out there. First of all, I don't think the industry appreciates how much work is being done. I think that everybody gets this new ad campaign because that was out there. But what we're talking about here and what the chair of the brand committee is emphasizing is this work is not known. Even to those that think they know what's going on, they are sharing information from what happened 5 years ago, what didn't happen 5 years ago. So people know two things about the industry now. Maui's still hurting, and it's soft all the way around for the state. And there's a proactive plan that HVCB is doing with HTA to generate travel and tourism. So besides Daniel and Ely working with our HVCB team to figure out how we can get this message out more, secondly, can you talk about the saturation campaign that we've talked about? Because I think that's really good to just share preliminarily what we're talking about. Nowhere near finalized, but at least it gives a sense of those that we do have a plan to go and address that Southern California market.
Right. Sure. Yeah, I think as was shown in the governance study, the more people understand what all HTA is funding and doing, the better the brand lives, right? And they're not making up stories from the past. They have the facts. So I think that's important. And then the strategy for the market saturation really is to maintain our role as the long-term branding agency for the state, go into a marketplace, but do it with a high level of cooperation with industry partners who come in and do what they do best, which is make the sales happen. So we looked at the data, we see the softness, in Maui and West Maui, Maui overall, and we look at what the source markets are doing. Now, the largest market in the world for Hawaii is Los Angeles, and we're losing share there. We're losing planes, Southwest, Delta. Many of the other carriers are also kind of narrowing down the planes or changing their frequencies, changing the planes themselves. So we're losing seats, but most importantly and concerning is we're losing the people of Los Angeles. It's not just the people who are connecting through, which is important to maintain LA as a vibrant hub for us because it opens up the rest of the country with a one-stop. But when we start losing people from Los Angeles, then we get really concerned also. So we looked at that, and while we'd like to do saturations in many markets, if we were going to do just one, now's the time to do it in Los Angeles. And what we've seen in the past is a big effect from it, because the state dollars that are committed are multiplied to a great degree by private industry dollars. And so what we would do is develop the branding message so it's unavoidable for just short of a month in the LA market, have some tent post events. You know, what we saw in Healdsburg and what we've seen in the past when we've been to Los Angeles with saturations is when you get the people of Hawaii meeting with people, it locks in. People say, "Oh yeah, I need to get back there. I haven't been there in some time," and it just closes the sale. So we look at having some events, some media, and then do it all in partnership with the industry. Have our travel trade come in right on the heels of it and do education programs for travel sellers. Have our MCI team there taking advantage of the higher noise level that Hawaii would have, and really focus on Maui, but also talk about the full state.
Member Arakawa?
Sorry, when you're talking about source markets and LA, maybe not this year, but maybe next year, doing a partnership with the LA Dodgers and bringing Shohei Ohtani here next year, that would bring Japan. Well, once the yen stabilizes,
there's a long line to get to Shohei.
That's right. But Hawaii, there's no place like Hawaii, right? That's your theme, right? No place like Hawaii. But anyway, you can dream, right, Mufi? We can dream, right? We can dream.
Actually, he's bought property on Hawaii Island, so it might be a little more enticing for him to do something now. Any other questions? If not,
sorry, real fast. Yeah. Do you track that LA traffic through the airport, or how does?
Yeah, we get the lift data from the airlines, and then we also look at we're able to see on the data that HTA pulls for us, DBED HTA pulls for us, we're able to see where people are coming from. So where their home address is versus which airport they've come through. Okay. So we look at both.
All right. I don't know, on the just individual basis, I just feel like I used to feel a lot better going into LAX. Nowadays, it's a tough task, and I find myself looking for the other airports. I just not sure if that all encompasses the LA traveler.
Yeah, it's the larger definition of LA. In fact, the numbers we pull go all the way down to San Diego. Yeah.
Any questions? If not,
all right, mahalo.
Thanks very much.
Keep up very much. Very, very good. Again, I'm just so pleased that some of the work that's being done actually mirrors some of these recommendations. So under the brand, and maybe there's a definition between brand and stewardship, but in fact, based on what we saw earlier, it's the same, right? And so nice segue into inviting Kilohana up. Tyler? Excellent. To give us an update on the work they've been doing.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having us back. We did a presentation to the branding committee a few weeks ago, yesterday. It's been a busy couple of weeks. Nevertheless, this is an update on everything that's been done under the VPAM vertical, or visitor education, post-arrival marketing, which has just adopted this very ugly acronym of VPAM. And so this is everything to date that we've been working on. We did a quick overview of the creative process. I think being the newest vendor to the block, there was a lot of question about how is the material being developed. So we spent a little time going over the ways in which we solicit feedback, allow that into the direction, allow our background to sort of guide it, but not overwhelm it. And I think we've tried to be very mindful about making sure that, our cultural background doesn't overwhelm or overshadow HTA's particular brand. Working with Nexstar Media KHON2, we developed the KPI thermometer that you see on the screen. You'll see that we're nearly in, we're ahead in all KPIs except for the month of May 2024. I think that number did come up past 76% in the end. And then on the far right, you'll see the campaign lifetime. So going back to contract initiation to present, those gray bars is where we predicted ourselves to be in terms of KPIs. We're ahead of that. And then you'll see the full KPI goal through the end of the period one, which is December 31, 2024. We also
possibly one of the most iconic landmarks in all of them.
Okay, so one of the video assets we produced is called Travel 808. This was one of the first times we had an opportunity to produce and capture new media. Being the new vendor, a lot of what we did before Travel 808 was sourced directly from Knowledge Bank, so pre-existing digital material. Travel 808 is the first I think, entirely captured and produced by Kilo Hana. There are 5 episodes in progress being evaluated and approved right now, so they're not quite ready for release, but this is a sample of the first of 5.
Hawaiʻi is Diamond Head, traditionally known as Le'ahi or Laiahi, both meaning the brow of the tuna. This crater got its more modern name back in the 19th century when British sailors thought that they seen diamonds glistening on its slopes. Didn't have any value.
Its true value is more than just that. Taking care or malama aina allows us and future generations to enjoy Le'ahi from Mauka to Makai. Today, Le'ahi is known for its surfing, hiking, and one of Hawaii's best farmers markets. Come with us as we malama and holo holo around Le'ahi.
Aloha and welcome to Kuilei Cliffs.
What is Kuilei Cliffs?
Kuilei Cliffs is a nonprofit that we started about 3 years ago. 5 years back, we started just as volunteers, friends that were surfing in the area, to come and clean up the area, landscape the area. It was overgrown, it wasn't maintained, so that was the intent. And our mission basically was to open up the space and let both the tourists and the local people enjoy it.
Why is it important for, when visitors come, that they give back alongside our kama'aina?
When they give back to something like this, instead of being on a bus and driving around the island, they can get out of the bus, they can get their hands dirty, they can engage with the local people, they can find out what's important to the local people.
How do you think your efforts here is then contributing a benefit to the ocean?
As we are making this park site better, I think people see that it is being taken care of. So when they walk down the hill with their rubbish, they're bringing their rubbish back up. We do this on a Saturday basis for a couple of hours, and that's really not enough, but we're moving in the right direction. But if we don't do it, who will?
Next, we're checking out the spectacular views Le'ahi has to offer by doing a hike.
We are now inside the Diamond Head State Monument where the hiking trailhead begins.
If you're visiting, be sure to make a reservation ahead of time, and if you're kama'aina, it's free with your state ID.
We all love the word free, but don't forget your bottled water because it's super duper hot, and your cell phone or your camera because there's so much things to take pictures of.
And don't forget to apply mineral safe sunscreen.
I already did. Let's go. The cool thing about this is that you're not really hiking. You're kind of on a footpath the whole way. So, but that doesn't mean that you don't bring your shoes.
Woohoo! We're almost at the top.
Woohoo! Look at the staircase.
Wow, it is so beautiful up here.
It's kind of like a breathtaking view, but I do have to say, try to imagine all of this, what we see today, but replace it with wetlands. Imagine taro patches all over the place, fish ponds all over the place, from here all the way up to Manoa. I think that's, to remember what it once was, that's also a beauty within itself.
No wonder the saying, Nani Le'ahi he maka no kahiki. Beautiful Le'ahi, always observed by the manihini.
I love that no'iau. Olelo no'iau are wise sayings. You know what is also a wise saying? Let's get some food because I'm getting hungry.
But you know. Every Saturday morning, the parking lot of the Kapi'olani Community College hosts dozens of vendors and farmers who share the local flavors of Hawaii with manihini and kama'aina alike.
This is where you can get local produce, you can get plants, you can get art and food that are found nowhere else in the world, but right here.
Welcome to Big Island Abalone. Big Island Abalone is based on Kona in Big Island, and we are farming abalone there on land, pumping up the deep sea water. Our abalone is originally from Japan, northern part, and the species name is Ezo abalone. Abalone is very nutritious, and it's different texture from oyster or mussels, so more chewy.
Can we try some?
Yes, please.
So what do we have here?
This is a small size abalone, and this is most popular flavor, garlic butter taste, and this is ginger sauce.
Oh, this looks delicious. Cheering.
And this texture, like you said, is very ono.
Welcome to Ulumana here at KCC Farmers Market on Saturday morning.
What is ulumana?
Ulumana is we're a local food manufacturer that makes delicious snacks out of locally grown produce like ulu and cassava as well. So our first item was the ulu hummus, and we also make the ulu chips as well. Ulu is a locally grown crop. It's also called breadfruit. The Polynesians brought it here about 700 years ago when they found Hawaii and started planting it for their families.
Do you mind if we try a little bit?
Absolutely, yeah, go ahead. So yeah, you can try some here. We have some tasters. You just lift the lid. We have turmeric's our best seller. It's tastes just like normal hummus, but again, made out of locally grown breadfruit. We also have jalapeno and tomato.
Yes, I love the color.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Yeah, cheers. So yeah, it tastes just like regular hummus, huh? Yeah.
That's actually really good.
Chili too, yeah.
What's happening here at Le'ahi is just one example of Malama Aina.
And Hawaii is more than a destination. It is home to us kama'aina, and we share that kuleana with our marihini to give back to community and the aina itself, that which makes up the beauty of Hawaii. Aloha.
Aloha. Possibly one of the most.
So you can think of it like 5 20-ish minute episodes. That was about 6 minutes. The number of segments breaks out to 20 to 25 segments, so it can be redigested for social or wherever else. Moving on, we've done quite a bit of work with DLNR, and I always forget, Noah, thank you, to make sure that, I mean, the seals are one example, but wildlife's being respected. That's going out on social. This was a separate allocation from the board for Maui Recovery VPAM. So this focused specifically in response to the wildfire. It began with notice of closures to the public, just to clarify the confusion around what was open and what was not. I'm going to skip these 2 videos. We've actually showed them to you all at 2 prior meetings. So you've all seen these, but these were the videos that were created for those 2 campaigns. If I can just get past them. Additionally, we did digital displays encouraging visitors to visit other areas of Maui, all tied to QR codes so that there was some actionable item at the end that took them somewhere past just go to Kihei. We also did native ads, so they look like news stories. They're not actually news stories, but they're placed in conspicuous places such that someone scrolling on the New York Post, for example, might click on it and these were in the airport, so following the same structure. These go in the baggage claims. And then what we are currently working on are itineraries for GoHawaii.com for Maui. We did them by moku. And so this was an example of areas that were selected for in Ka'anapali. I apologize, board member Arakawa, you had asked me if we were working on Lahaina, and what I meant to say was we chose Ka'anapali so that that section of the island was not ignored, but we didn't do Lahaina so that people don't go there. So all of the moku except for Lahaina will have an itinerary attached. Coming back to just your standard VPAM, digital displays have gone out. Same thing with social. These are all very similar in structure to what was done on Maui. Oh, you've seen this in a prior meeting. This is an example of one of the early baggage claim ads we did, again, using only assets that were in Knowledge Bank. I think we launched these within weeks of the contract executing. Is this also the same?
The word malama
these were
translates to taking care.
These were older assets that were already in Knowledge Bank. Again, we had to go live very quickly after the contract executed. So you will have all seen this video as this is already produced and in Knowledge Bank. We didn't actually do anything other than new ad buys to place them. Same with this. And then lastly, to address board member McCully's question at one of our last presentations, where we are, the total projected budget through December 24 for VPAM is 1.3 million. This is where the money spending breaks down for that period. And then our goal is to start doing this for every program that we present to you to give you an idea how it tracks against the full year's budget, which was 17 million. I think that concludes the VPAM update that was provided to the branding committee.
Mahalo, Tyler. That's excellent. Wanted to underscore before we moved on that, we've been talking a lot about how to communicate with Kama'aina, right? In terms of things that we're doing under the heading, What's in It for Me? And that one video, one example with Eva and Kamaka, to me, had very Kama'aina sensibilities to it, in a very subtle way. So I just wanted to, from my perspective, it's just really hitting the target. And so thanks for all that hard work.
Thank you. I will, we're lucky to have Kamaka because, he's a talent and that's his job, but we're especially lucky to have Eva as one of the co-hosts for the program because she comes with the knowledge that she does.
We've discovered a star.
She really is.
And we don't have to pay her to do that.
Actually, to be fair, because I don't think she's here. I think
a SAG rep? No bonus for that.
Yeah. Does she have a SAG rep? I think she did this in her free time, Chair.
She did a wonderful job.
Outside of work.
Wonderful job.
Mahalo.
Okay.
There's actually a continuation in this presentation. So
we combined two agenda items. So this is the first one was the brand presentation for VPAM. And then second is updates on some of the other programs, such as the capacity building and Curator. I think you can do some highlights on Curator.
I can do a really high level, just verbal presentation on Curator. Yeah. And then we will have a formal presentation for from the team at Solution Specific about the status of the TA programs. So Curator launched yesterday. Thank you to everyone who participated. The program is now live. We have 14 certified companies, which is about 40% of the KPI for the year. So we're confident that we'll meet it. And I think with the support of all of our different industry partners, we'll go well in advance of 14. There are 3 certification levels. It starts at certified, there's a mid-tier level, and then there's a elite level. And so what we do is we look at their base score, and then that's how they get their certification tier. We don't reveal the scores because it's unfair to smaller entities who have to compete against a larger entity or companies who don't work entirely in the environmental space versus others who do. So we don't release the scores publicly, but it's weight adjusted to make sure that everyone's treated fairly. There's not a program like this that exists in the rest of the world. John Peel, who's not here today, but on the Kilohana team, is responsible for that. He worked with hundreds of individuals as well as Caroline Anderson, making sure that this was as broad and as deep as possible in its ability to evaluate any organization that wants to be certified. In addition to those 3 tier levels, there's 6 badges that you can get. Again, these are still based on your scores. Some questions apply to more than one badge, but it's just an accumulation of points as you move through it. So there is a safety badge for organizations who have emergency preparedness or prepare visitors for what to do in the case of a disease outbreak. There is a culture badge for those organizations that prominently display and engage in not Hawaiian culture, excuse me, in all cultures from Hawaii. There is a community badge for organizations who make investments directly into our communities, who listen and incorporate community opinions into their work. There's an environment badge, obviously, for organizations who promote the environment, but it also digs a little bit deeper. We look at their carbon impact. We ask them if they make measures to reduce their impact in their buildings. There's an equity badge, so we are asking companies about, in yes or no questions, we're asking them, do you provide fair wages to your employees? Do you provide adequate leave time? Does the salary of your highest paid employee meet a certain threshold against the salary of your lowest paid employee? Caroline, I'm blanking because I don't have it in front of me, but I'm missing the sixth badge. Guest experience is for organizations that really invest in welcoming all of our guests and leaving them with a memorable experience. So we're looking for companies that make sure that anyone who wants to come to Hawaii is welcome in their venue. Like I mentioned, it's as many as 300 yes or no questions. It should be able to be completed in less than an hour. We do a randomized 25-question audit with the applicant after we go through those first 300 questions to make sure that the way they answered is in line with what their intention was, to give them the opportunity to maybe adjust their score, and that's a possibility. They could score higher if they have an explanation, and then we have them recertify every single year. And so that was announced yesterday. We did a pilot program that had 14 companies that participated, all qualified. I think 13 of the 14 qualified in either the mid or the elite tier levels.
As I said earlier, the conch shell is basically to get organizations to get the word out to their members and encourage them as much as possible to be curated certified.
Great news is we had emails coming in first thing this morning asking, can I sign up? So
I know the count keeps growing every day. We were saying 11, 12, 13 yesterday. Now it's 14. Who knows what it is now? What is it now, Caroline? 16? All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the final update will be from our team from Solutions Pacific. We have here with us both Rebecca Soon and Kanoi Takitani Puahi. I'm not sure who's coming up to present. Maybe both of you. This is, I'll let them talk about it. This is the development of 3 technical assistance programs. And then to the point earlier about budgeting. So the total budget for this bucket is $2.5 million. So the needs assessment that was completed that they'll talk about was about $220,000 of the 2.5. The first program is about $400,000 for startup and execution through the remainder of the year. The second program is $280,000, the third is $420,000, and then in addition, we'll be awarding out $1.2 million in financial awards to community organizations or businesses who participate in the TA as a form of capacity building. And with that, I'll let them actually dig into the details with you.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Aloha nui, Rebecca Soon with Word Research and with Solutions Pacific, here with Kanoi Takitani Puahi with Solutions Pacific. I know some of this wasn't necessarily on your folks' agenda, so we'll just do sort of really high level touch points and sort of defer to Kalani where you want us to hone in more. Okay, mahalo. Tyler mentioned that a lot of this work was based upon a needs assessment that was done earlier this year that we had the opportunity to dive deep into with the Ho'okahua committee. And we do have some highlight reports for those that might be interested. We can provide those to you folks before we leave today. I think though we were mainly going to kind of hone in on the technical assistance capacity building programs that are really meant to be birthed out of that work. We heard from a wide range of community organizations and for-profit organizations. Over 921 folks responded to us to say, hey, this is where we are already doing regenerative work. This is the kind of resources and support that we need to help promote and support more meaningful regenerative work. And this is where we think HTA can really be a partner to us. And so these programs really came birthed out of that. So there were 3 programs that HTA is launching in the next month, and we're excited to sort of share a few of those sort of high-level details with you. I'm going to turn it over to Kanoi to talk through those 3 programs, but essentially it's our foundational technical assistance program, a community stewardship program that is housed within your folks' overall CTC programs. Oh my gosh, Thank you.
Community Tourism Collaborative.
Mahalo. The Community Tourism Collaborative. So there's two that are birthed out of that. So we have the community stewardship and then the regenerative experiences. So I'll let Kanoi sort of take it from here.
Perfect. So this was from a presentation that we gave to the Ho'okahua Committee earlier in May.
The May board Ho'okahua meeting.
Absolutely. So it does have a little bit more maybe information than we're going to go over. We're sort of going to just gloss over that.
Members, just to reorient us. So this got presented in Ho'okahua, was agendized for the May full board meeting, but because of that meeting, we deferred to this meeting. So this is trying to connect the bridge from May to now.
So we are right now in the program execution phase. The visitor industry needs assessment has already impacted the program design, and then program execution will begin very promptly next week, Monday. So the first thing that we have is the Foundational Technical Assistance Program. Really large scale community meetings, come one, come all, nonprofits, businesses, really to be able to let them understand how to better connect with the visitor industry. Who's doing marketing? What are they doing? How to market to the visitors when they get here? A lot of information, a lot of stakeholders, a lot of partners we're going to bring together to be able to let businesses, locally owned, nonprofit organizations really just sort of connect to people within the industry. There will be 8 of them. We will be going to multiple different islands. Additionally, we will be streaming them online via Zoom, and then having them up on the website for them to be able to capture later in the future if they need. There are a couple of slides here that'll talk about, what in the needs assessment led us to making some of these decisions and how we came up with what we came up with. Every workshop will have some subject matter experts, some people talking about successes in the industry. Then we'll also have a resource fair. We're going to bring a bunch of partners, stakeholders in the industry together for people to be able to network with. Maybe they're a growing business, not operating in the industry yet, but they're looking to be able to understand who is, how they can, how to break into the industry, things like that. And so both of those aspects will be in every single workshop. We are taking this twice to Maui, twice to Hawaiʻi Island, once on Kauai, and we'll be holding a couple on Oahu as well. These are a couple of the options that we were going over, again, sort of a month ago. They've a little bit pivoted since then, and we've really pivoted to be able to change this to honing into the industry that people are operating in. So on Maui, we're really going to focus on connecting with the Maui visitor industry, working in tandem with a bunch of our stakeholders, a bunch of the people who are doing industry work there, and really making sure that we hone in on the individual communities that we're going to be going out to. The second or the first in the community tourism collaboratives that we have is the community stewardship program. This is really tailored and focused on nonprofit organizations who are currently operating community stewardship, AINA stewardship, really those kinds of operations currently. So not for people who are thinking about it, for people who are already doing that, and really people who are stewarding DMAP identified hotspots throughout Hawaii. They will be joining a cohort. They will be provided technical assistance and capacity building opportunities. They're really going to be in the driver's seat here. They're going to be telling us, I'm really great at XYZ, but I really need help in some of these other categories. And then we're really going to be able to tailor these experiences to exactly what they need. We've used the visitor industry needs assessment to be able to identify some categories of help that people have identified. We're currently doing stewardship work, and then we're going to let each of these organizations sort of hone in on exactly what they're looking for, whether or not that's grant writing help, whether or not that's marketing, whether or not that's a plethora of just sort of different kinds of categories of things that we're looking at, but we're really going to let them sort of drive what they're getting from us. Additionally, we do have direct funding that's going to be going out to these organizations as well. And so they will be, letting us know what this money is going to be doing. The timeline's extremely tight in terms of when people need to be spending this money, but that's sort of why we're honing in on people who are already currently doing stewardship work, and people who are sort of ripe for that, for this. Like I said, the timeline is pretty tight in terms of there are only sort of two and a half-ish months for them to be able to spend the funding that we're going to be able to give them. So really what we're asking people to do as well is to forecast. Maybe what you're able to purchase in terms of growth in your stewardship opportunities isn't going to be seen in the 2 months that you're going to be able to spend that money, but forecast for us what difference is that going to be able to make? What kind of growth opportunities are you going to see as an organization as a result of what we're able to provide for you in that funding opportunity? And so because all of our programs are starting opening applications on Monday and starting this year, they're also wrapping by the end of this year as well. And so tight timelines, but I think these pilot programs are really going to be able to help us identify community stewardship organizations who are ripe and ready for this and the difference that we can make in the future as well. The second bucket of funds that we have for the community tourism collaboratives and the second program is focused on people who would like to create new regenerative experiences or are interested in hosting more regenerative experiences maybe than what they're currently operating with. And so really that's our target audience, is people who either have activities already, but maybe are looking for a more regenerative way to do what they're doing, or people who have opportunities, maybe they have AINA, maybe they have things like that where they don't welcome people yet, but want to and don't know how to yet. So really what this program is going to do is it's going to allow us to bring together a bunch of different kinds of consultants and experts in different categories, things like AINA stewardship experts, consultants like cultural consultants, maybe, to be able to incorporate Vahipana, AINA content into what they're doing and bringing and teaching people, and really sort of illustrating for the industry as well as a whole how to create more regenerative experiences for the market. The intention here is to be able to provide businesses and nonprofit organizations with a plan to start a new regenerative experience in 2025, and for us to be able to have market-ready products at that point. There is additionally funding here in this program as well to be able to let people seed those regenerative activities or seed some of the changes they're looking to make, and then be able to forecast again some of the differences that we're able to make with that funds, particularly because the timeline is just as tight as the previous program. And so really looking for people who are ripe and ready for these opportunities and wrapping before the end of the year. That's basically really quickly the 3 programs. But any questions you all have, we're happy to answer.
If the question is, do we all speak that fast at Kilohana? The answer is yes.
Actually, very good. Yeah.
Daniel?
I do want to thank everyone for getting to this point, and we know the study, we saw presentations of the study and we saw the need in our community and our business community, and also are getting along our path to 5 years of being a destination, change of brand, where we are a regenerative tourism destination and not just Sunsea Resort. So that's important. And the other side of it, on the brand side, so, working with our GMTs, if we can get some of this new product or people at a level where they have existing product but convert it more to regenerative, then definitely the incentive is to be part of our travel trade missions, IPW, et cetera, be a part of the team that'll be promoting it abroad as well as in the US. So we're tying the brand with the destination stewardship, which was recommended as part of the governance study.
And then really quickly to add, they did mention we completed the needs assessment. They actually went above and beyond. This was not in the original scope, but they also produced it completely in Olelo, Hawaii. So we have both versions available today. And I think Kanoi is going around with the English version. They're just highlights of the needs assessment. And if you want Olelo, please let her know.
Alani, you want to add anything?
Yeah, Chair, I think we're really excited. It's been a busy time for Kilohana, right? Launching Curator yesterday. Next week, Monday, we're launching the first of these community tourism collaboratives. I think it's maybe another week after that, we're doing another, and then the FTA at the end of July. So it's kind of a bing, bang, boom. For us, a busy summer, but we're really excited. Like Daniel mentioned, I think there's a lot of need. I know Jay and the team and the GMTs are always looking for new things to feature, new things to highlight. for FAMs and building itineraries. And so we're hoping that things like the regenerative experiences that come out of this program will help to fill that need and really put us back in a place where product development is a part of what we should be doing and will do and are doing. And so really excited, but nothing further to add, Chair. Thank you.
Fantastic.
Member Paishan on Zoom had a question.
Member Paishan, Vice Chair.
Thank you. I want to commend Tyler, Becky, and the entire team for putting this forward, and thank you. Just want to confirm that all of the reports are going to be loaded onto our website so that there is easy access for our public to take a look at this. I'm sure there is, but I just want to make sure that it gets up there promptly. I do appreciate that you are joining Hawaiʻi Tourism Authority in trying to produce all of our major materials in both our state languages. That's also very commendable, and want to encourage you to do so. And then finally, just wanted to recommend, just coming off the heels of FestPac, Chair Hanneman also made mention of this, and others here or there in the boardroom, that we just had a lot of great energy and conversations as an oceanic Moananui Akea family. So let us not lose that momentum as well, and make sure that we reconnect to some of the conversations that have been had with Daniel, with Kalani, and all of you as well. It would be a lost opportunity if we do not capitalize on that momentum and look more broader at this initiative. Is not just Hawaii focus, but indeed as a Moananui Akea wider islands network approach. And finally, again, I'm sure you're going to do this, but let's please, there have been so many organizations, forum, whether it be the Chamber of Commerce, whether it be Association behind civic clubs, small businesses. I think, Kalani, you represented us at the Sustainable Tourism Forum with Hawaiʻi Green Growth. I might not have that name totally correct, but let's be sure to share the report with all of our partners that have gotten us, work collaboratively with us to get us to this point. And again, thank you and commend you folks for your tremendous work going over and beyond. Mahalo.
Well, Rebecca and Kanoi, mahalo again. This is great work. It's a given that regenerative means preserving our culture, our environment, our lifestyle. But this brings the other E into focus, and that it has an economic benefit. So this is, and I couldn't agree more with the Vice Chair. We got to get this stuff out and share it with the community at large so they understand, what we're talking about when we talk about regenerative tourism. Thank you. Mahalo again. Thank you, Tyler. Thank you, Kalani. Good work.
Mahalo.
Members, we are now on item number 12. We turn to Vice Chair Mahina for her Ho'okahua Hawaii Standing Committee report and update.
Chair.
I'm sorry.
No.
Chair, Member Tokyo.
Sorry, Vice Chair. Can I take a point of personal privilege? I was told that a comment I made about heart surgery, I offended somebody who was on the screen. So I just want to make sure that whoever sent that in, I apologize for the comment. It wasn't meant to offend anybody, but somebody noted it in the chat. So I hope and I only interrupted because I wanted to make sure if they're still on, that they understand that I was not trying to offend anyone. So thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Thank you. Yes, Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you. Ho'okahua Committee met yesterday, and we were able to discuss some of the strategies that were presented in a May Ho'okahua Committee meeting as well. We also took a look at the financials that were presented by Talon, of course, worked on with Vice President Choi as well. We will continue to look at the strategies, and we will continue to discuss
perhaps some of the implications that are coming forward from the governance study as well. So no further action to be taken at this time. I will check though with Daniel if I have perhaps missed anything, and or Kalani.
Chair, I'd like to vote up on these. So in the May Ho'okahua meeting, the committee had already adopted for recommendation to the full board approval of the strategies outlined. And so if you folks are comfortable doing that today as a full board for item 12A, I would like a vote up if we can.
Yes, please, Chair Hanneman, would you please call for a vote? Yes.
We need a motion. Huh? Yeah, so we need a motion. In a second.
Second.
Motion made by Chair Huete, by Sean. Second by Chair Miyasato. Any discussion? See none. We'll call for the vote.
Chair Hanneman.
Aye.
Vice Chair Paishan.
Aye.
Member Agas.
Aye.
Member Arakawa.
Aye.
Member Ching.
Aye.
Member Iona.
Aye.
Member Macaulay.
Aye.
Member Menor McNamara is excused. Member Miyasato.
Aye.
Member Tokioka.
Aye.
Member White.
Aye.
Member Zane is excused. Motion carries.
Okay. No further action before that committee. That being said, we are now moved to agenda item 13. And we'll call upon Jennifer to give us our current market insights and conditions in Hawaii and key major Hawaii tourism markets. Turn your mic on.
No, sorry. I decided to reorder my slides to make this go a little faster, and Elijah's gonna help me. Thank you. Sorry about that. So it's that one. Yeah, that's it. Yep, that one's not mine. Okay, thank you. So sorry for that delay. So I wanted to say that we did publish the visitor statistics for May this morning around 9 o'clock. And so, you have the full deck. It's the handouts, big yellow packet from Carol. So, one of the things that we did see is this trend for the green, which is 2024, and the kind of turquoise, which is 2023. We're seeing this continuation of the slower lagging visitor arrivals compared to 2023, and also expenditures are lower too. So looking at the markets, I highlighted Japan for expenditures because that's the only market that showed an increase versus May of 2023. However, if you look at 2019, I mean, it's less than half of what 2019 was. And so when you look at the visitor arrivals, we have lagging visitor arrivals across the markets. So total arrivals by air was down 4.8% for May compared to last May. Overall expenditures were down 4% compared to last May. So, we saw a decrease in US West, we see decrease in US East. And again, yeah, we have more Japanese that came in May, but it's not a lot more. The recovery is still really slow. So even though it's 35% up higher than May of 2023, it's almost 60% down compared to 2019 still. And as you know, member Blaine always points out, we have more than enough air seats. They're just not coming. So look, looking at the islands, the only winners this month in May were Kauai and Hawaii Island, and, you know, continued benefit from the decrease in business for Maui. So that's not a big surprise. We did see some increases in per person per day spending. That was kind of nice. But when you look at the overall volumes, that's not really making things up. Looking at the airport throughput, you know, all of the numbers except for Hilo are down compared to 2023, same month. And this is the load factor. You guys asked me to present that. And so the light line is domestic flights for 2023, the light green, domestic flights for 2024. And if you look at that, except for January and February, we're seeing lower load factors for 2024 on domestic flights than we did in 2023. And looking at international, January is about flat, February is only a little bit up, but March, April, May, all lower load factors than last year. For the lodging, how does that look? So occupancy overall statewide for May, slightly down, a lot down compared to 2019. Rates, which, you know, we all knew was kind of on that trajectory, lower rates for May in hotels, and RevPAR also lower. And the interesting thing is that occupancy still lower for vacation rentals, but their rate was slightly higher than we saw of May 2023. Again, the charts on the bottom are to remind you that most of the demand that we have from our visitors are for hotels. Looking at what the State Department of Taxation collected, they collected 16.8 million. So if you look at that line, that orange line, you can see that it's a very slow month of collections in May compared to what we've collected, you know, just even this year in 2024. So that means that overall, compared to fiscal 24, fiscal 23, we're down 4.2% and down $34 million. I estimated the county collections as you requested. I still don't have actuals for them, but based on the liability, the tax base that the State Department of Taxation you know, published, I calculated what the 3% should be. So this is what they should collect. Whether they actually collect it or not is another story, but they should be collecting these amounts. Okay, so looking at our nonstop scheduled seats, for May, we had more seats than we did in May of 2023, you know, and we're going to have a few more seats in June, also more seats in July and August. But this is the air ticket booking trends, right? So this is what's on the books right now compared to where we saw pre-pandemic, and across the board, we are lagging on air tickets. So, you know, June was a big lag, and then July is soft, August is soft. It gets a little bit better as we go through the fall, but, you know, in general, when you look at all the tickets that people are booking for the state of Hawaii compared to the same time in 2019, it is behind. Here's the US market, not so bad come fall, but still behind for the summer. Japan is very much behind, especially for the summer. Looks a little bit better in November, but not a lot. Canada, interestingly, is ahead of pace for November, and it gets a little bit better in September, October, but summer is not good for Canada. This is Korea. You know, they are not so bad as far as pace goes for the summer, but as we start getting to the fall, you know, we're falling off on the booking pace. And, you know, one of the things we've talked about in prior meetings is that the booking window has decreased. So, you know, as we pick up, because we do look at these numbers every single week, right? And they're on the HCA website if you'd like to look at them. You know, so stay tuned for more updates as we go along. Looking at the island of Oahu, Oahu is the least amount of lag for the booking pace compared to the other islands, especially when you start going out from like August through November. In fact, November is very close. Maui, no surprise, very off pace from pre-pandemic. Kauai is a little bit better. September doesn't look so bad. So fall, not so bad on Kauai, Hawaii Island, off pace through the fall, and except a little bit better in November. So the reason why I reorganized that, so these slides were actually the end of the deck, but I wanted to talk to you about the hotel forecast. And now everybody knows I like the Kupuna font, but this was made for me. And this is like not even published yet from our Symphony dashboards. This is still in development, but I thought it would be a good thing to share with you. So it's a lot easier if you look at it on the paper copy. You know, and this is the quarterly forecast. Normally what I give to you is like the forecast for the whole year, but this time I was able to get the quarterly forecast kind of charted out. And I wanted to highlight the occupancy forecast. So it's a little bit, like the scale's weird. Like I would never start a scale at 72% because I like to start all my graphs from 0. So you can see, you know, that, but so the difference is a lot more dramatic on this chart. But so if you look at it, you know, we just finished Q2. Q2 was projected to be down for hotel occupancy statewide. Q4 also looks not great, you know, as far as that goes. So if you look at that percentage change, and that's the other thing too, is that STR does percentage change, and I present all the numbers to you guys in percentage point change. So because when you take a percentage or percentage, it gets a little weird as far as math goes. But I just wanted to share these with you, and you guys can look at it and you can ask me questions later if you want. So this is a comparison of the hotel forecast to actual. And I know in a past meeting, we talked about, well, how accurate are these forecasts? So in like older ones, you know, like there were some more higher degree of accuracy, but this is showing what the amount of accuracy was. So in the past, you can see that from 2022 through first quarter of 2024, STR was a little bit low on their forecasts for RevPAR especially. And then, you know, there's a lot of variance there for occupancy. Their ADR forecast was almost spot on for the state. So this is the forecast for Oahu. Again, we see a little bit of pickup in Q4, like we saw in the air ticket booking charts. But, you know, Q1 of 2025 is not that great as far as growth. It's pretty much flat. And this is the Oahu forecast and how the forecast has compared to actual. And then going on, we have Maui County. Maui County is expected to have like some increase in occupancy in Q3 of 2024, but I'm not sure about that based on the air bookings. And this is their accuracy. There you see that they have more of a change in their occupancy forecast than actual for Maui County. And then here is Kauai and also Hawaii Island. So I know that we're short on time, so I just wanted to go through that quickly. You can take a look at that. Again, ask me questions. But I wanted to share what the forecast was, and it's a little bit more granular than I've been able to share with you before. So sorry for the small font.
Questions, members? Member Miyasato?
Excellent. Thank you so much. So Houston, we have a problem, right?
Yes.
Any other questions? Comments? Thank you. You're just underscoring why we're going to do what we're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Always thorough as usual. Thank you, Jen. Okay. Members, we now move to agenda items 14 and 15. I'd like to ask Budget Chair Arakawa to opine.
Chair Hanneman, if there's no objection, I will be deferring agenda items 14 and 15, and it's because detailed presentations and review of everything from April and May have been done in committee, in budget committee, and the budget committee for those 2 months voted to recommend approval. So there have been votes, there have been presentations in detail. Secondly, the committee chairs and the staff are following the budget and are staying within the lines, and we're all good. We're at the end of a budget cycle and the beginning of another, so there's nothing that's urgent that needs to be done right now. And the third thing is that any issues that come up, we talked about circulating a form that will help us deal with budget changes or contract changes. So with that, I checked with HTA Vice President of Finance. He said, okay. The General Manager of the Convention Center, Terry Orton, said, okay to defer. You, Mr. Chair, and Acting CEO said, okay. And the AG said, okay. So with all of that, I'll be deferring. Thank you.
T's are crossed, I's are dotted, recommendation accepted. So members, we will defer to our very long meeting coming up in June. Thank you very much. Members, we now move to our last very important item for today. Turn now to our Audit Committee Chair, Member White, to lead us in this discussion. Member White.
Get myself off of mute. Thank you, Chair. And as you all know, we've asked each of the board members to share their interest in being on the selection committee for the position of the new president and CEO of HTA. So I hope you will all respond to Carol before the end of day tomorrow. And as Chair has mentioned, we're having a special board meeting on July 8th to have a deeper discussion on the makeup of the committee. And the last selection committee was formed as a PIG with 6 board members and 3 community members. And we could do the same thing this time around, or we can opt for a different constitution of the committee. One thought is to use the PIG format if 6 or less board members show an interest in being on the committee, or if there is more interest in participating on the committee, a committee of the whole could be authorized by the board to be the selection committee with invited members from the community to be added and included in that process. The other thought is that the University of Hawaii Board of Regents set up the selection committee for their new president's position without any members of the board on the committee. I'm not sure that's the right way to go at all, but it shows that they're actually, I'm not sure exactly what the purpose was, whether they wanted to keep an arm's length from the selection process or not. And then another option that we may want to consider is maybe blending that kind of concept with what we've done in the past, and also being sensitive to the fact that the House and the government, or not the House, the legislature and the governor are the bank, so to speak. This is another option that we might want to toss around. And all of these are certainly up for discussion at our July 8th meeting. But the one thought is, and this would be for a 9-member committee, which is the same size as the last time around, but rather than overweighting it with board members, we would allow one member to be appointed by the Speaker of the House, one appointed by the President of the Senate, one appointee by the governor, and then an appointee provided by the Executive Director of UHERO, which provides an economic forecasting and economics focus on it, and also an appointee by the director of the UH Tim School, and then possibly having a non-voting member who is currently serving in the HTA administration, and then rounding it out with 3 or 4 or whatever number of board members we feel would be appropriate. So I'm just throwing these options out for your consideration, and look forward to a further discussion as we move into our July 8th meeting that the chair has set up. So thank you, Chair.
Any questions for Chair White?
I have one real quick one. So I know we'll talk about it at the July 8th meeting, but the last time we went through this exercise, what was the makeup of the selection committee, just for reference?
It was 6 members of the board and 3 community members. I think there was one was the president of First Hawaiian Bank.
Oops. One was from the business community. Okay. I was on it. Okay. One was from the Hawaiian cultural interest, and another one represented the tourism industry. So those are the 3 community members of the selection committee and 6 board members at that time. Sorry, Mike.
No, that's fine. Yeah. You were there. I wasn't.
Yeah, I wasn't there.
Sorry. Well, also, in addition to Member Arakawa, Member Mahina was also a member of that committee.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Chair.
Member Tokyo.
Member White, thank you for, all your hard work on this issue. And I think my personal opinion or suggestion would be if you lay out the proposals that you have stated, and then we can, at least have a starting point when we go to vote on the July 8th meeting where, some members might say, no, I don't want that process. Some members might say, yeah, maybe this, but a tweak over there. So that at least we have some models to start with. I think everybody trusts you, Mike. So I think if you were to put in the proposals, then we can take it from there.
Okay. Happy to do that.
I think what we discussed with Chair White is I'd like to involve Vice Chair Mahina also in the process. Mike, myself, and Mahina will collaborate, and obviously Chair White will present all these proposals, recommendations. We'll massage it through and then bring it before all of you on July 8th, which is why that's a very important meeting, members. If you can't make it in person, please participate in Zoom. We really want to make sure that we have total buy-in from the whole committee on the process that we'll outline for a very important decision that we have to make. Yes, Member Arakawa?
Okay. And I'm sorry if I missed it, but I know, Mike, you said the deadline for board members to express interest is we have some time. But did you also say that we could submit our proposals for what that selection process should look like too, and you would gather them and present all of those for us to take a look at? Is that what Jim or Director Tokioko was talking about?
Yeah, I think they need to be, rather than coming directly to me, they may need to go through Carol.
That's the
Okay,
process.
makes sense.
Go through Carol.
Makes sense. Thank you. So maybe we could send something, Carol can send something out to the board members following her earlier email asking about interest, and say, if you have any suggestions, please submit it to Carol.
It could be done.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I would also, Chair, like if you all have particular community members that you feel should be considered as members of the selection committee, please send those to Carol as well, along with a short resume of what they do, because each of these options has different scenarios for selecting community members. So it'd be helpful to have some additional names to have at our fingertips.
And also, to add to that, to recommend that the due date is July 3rd, which is the same as the selection preference, so that it gives time to prepare something for the 8th. Mahalo.
Yes, Isaac?
Okay, so since I'm the one who worked on the RFP for the headhunters, are we gonna, on July 8th, are you gonna also have the schedule for the date of hires for the CEO and also the vetting criteria? Are those two items gonna be on the July 8th meeting?
Let me discuss that with Member White, and then we'll make that recommendation.
Okay, then if that's the case, it's gonna be a long meeting, not a short meeting. Yeah.
Well, every time you can always hope, right? Today, actually, I thought it would be a lot longer today, but thanks to very sage recommendation by Member Arakawa, we're not gonna have a long meeting. The other thing that we're gonna have to discuss that meeting, I have to bring before you, as you know, we have 2 departing members, and then we have to have also now involve our 2 new members in some of the committees so we can make quorum. So I will also bring that slate before you on what committees, after conferring with both 2 new members on their interests and also see where the pukas are, where the vacancies are. That's also going to come before us. Member Tokeova? Your microphone is on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. All right, there being no further business before us, I would like to call for an adjournment of this meeting. See you on July 8th. Mahalo.
Mahalo.